Guys, I hate this. I hate this so much. Look at this. Have I mentioned that Christmas colors are awful? I thought adding a Santa hat would be, add some silliness to the look, which might make it acceptable, but can't find the Santa hat. So instead, just have this mess. Rock on, everyone! The party's not over yet! That's right, baby! The night's just getting started! Thank you for coming to the Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission.
This is so cool. Us at a...
Gaveners? Oh, that's the name of the band? Oh, wow. Just say it's Clavier Gavin plus 3 or some shit at that point. The Gaveners just sounds... That sounds horrible.
This is so cool. Us at a Gaveners concert.
Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing or bleeding from that noise. The Gavener's putting the sick back in music. Ha 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 ha. Did you get that, Trucy? Bang bang.
Oh, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off.
Wait. So, dude sent us tickets and then was like, this is what you owe me. Unsolicited? I gave you a discount. Oh, that is something douchey Gavin would do. Like, oh, I just assumed you would want to see me. I mean, everybody else does. Right.
They're hard to get a hold of,
When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free.
Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. Like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gavener show.
Trucy, you don't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. You didn't know. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name?
Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock.
God awful, maybe. Okay. She says something stupid and makes a stupid face. It's adorable, actually, but still, stupid. And then Apollo's like, oh, just you wait. I'm gonna say something even stupider. Not to be outdone. Hell yeah.
I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gavener's albums and 15 concert videos.
That was quite a bit of impulse shopping.
I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance.
What? So when you're gonna get allowance up until the age of 30? For Mr. Right, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here? At a Gavener's concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock and or roll. To be honest, he was kind of cool. I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. I mean, dude, just because you don't want to admit that he's a good opponent of an attorney doesn't mean you can't admit that he's a good fucking rocker. Oh, good lord. Why are all the okay? That's a lot of chains. Ah, you made it.
Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets.
And the invoice you sent along with them.
You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin.
Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Lammerwar? Lammerwar's singing, right? The siren of the ballad?
Oh yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right, I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us, and so that I could also bang her later. Roar says, you praise me too highly. I don't... Whoa! Who's this guy? He's huge! Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Latousse. Latousse? Is that how that pronounced? Romain Latousse? I'm Roar's manager and her interpreter, incidentally. Lamrar is how it's pronounced. I like Clavier. It's interesting that Clavier is not... I guess the problem with Clavier is he's not really an antagonist like Francisca, Edgeworth, or Manfred were. But I don't know if that's a bad thing yet. It might not. I might not end up caring, but I could see why people wouldn't like that. Because then the antagonist is the murderer, right? And not the opposing attorney. Which, one reason I do like it is because in a lot of cases, especially in the civil side, the attorneys are very, they're generally pretty good to each other. They're nice, a lot of us know each other, so we have very, cordial relationships. Might even, see each other out at bars at times for like networking events or stuff like that. And, those are casual events. We see each other outside of the courtroom a lot if we want to. So it's actually more reflective in the relationship dynamic than what we've seen in the prior games, except for no attorney on the other side is going to help me win my case, because they are going against the best interests of their client who they are representing, and that's a big no-no. Yeah, some attorneys do hate each other. There are some attorneys that have a reputation and people don't like them. Romain. Oh, Romain Latousse. I see. Okay, so Lamrar and Romain Latousse. What voice to give this guy? It is a great honor for us to be here. A great honor for Lamrar to be heard in this country. Ha! That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. La 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 la.
Oh, it's Lamrar! I'm actually meeting Lamrar!
Lamrar, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She is a real artist. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Lamrar says we have long looked forward to this joint performance. Ah, Lamrar, your voice. It is art. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Yet without this piano to guide me, it is but a voice. What is going on here? What is happening? The fuck am I looking at? I've seen this kid somewhere before.
He plays piano at all of Lamrar's concerts. He's cute and he's a really good pianist.
Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Maki Tobai. God, this guy just looks so sad. He's blind. This is why he never strays far from Lamrar. They are always together. They're like characters from some fairy tale.
Lamrar is so, what's that word? Exotic and mysterious.
She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do. Yeah, she looks smoking hot from what I can see. just from what I can see. Hers is a kind of sightseeing music. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm.
Sights in the song. That's so poetic.
She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The Guitar Serenade. I hope you enjoy it.
I can't wait.
And now it is time. For the next part, we are giving the Governor's hard rock a little rest. Lamrar, the stage is yours. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. The band members will not play during Lamrar's ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Lamrar's dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course.
Ooh, nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know?
I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in Chords of Steel. Shall we hit the stage then?
Good luck, Mr. Gavin.
Take care, your hearts aren't stealing away, yeah?
Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly.
Sugar, sugar. Who's singing? He's singing, right? Oh, now we can understand her? Oh, yeah, she put lyrics. No, she put music to his lyrics. Wait, whatever. What the fuck am I watching? It looks like he was not expecting that. He's just like, oh shit, my guitar's on fire. Oh my god.
Wow, wasn't Lamrar amazing? I even cried a little.
I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar.
Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production.
What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was.
Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's not my new hero.
I'm not sure I'd call that art. I'm not sure I would either.
Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show.
How many breaks does this band need? Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, he was shredding it Dragon Force style and it just burst into flames. Oh, he's not happy. I don't think we've seen him unhappy yet. Yeah, I would be mad too. I'm glad he is mad. What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I played new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible. This is where Clavier goes into his Christian Bale. No, I like you. You're a nice guy. But you are fucking terrible. Oh, good for you.
He seems upset.
Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it. How would I have done that?
So much for risking your life for art.
The Guitar Serenade is ruined. Ruined.
Well, let's try to talk to him at least.
I'm not sure that's the best move right now. He looks mildly miffed, to say the least.
Look, it's a postcard of Lamroir.
What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before.
They must be her native tongue. Borganese.
Borganese? You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Borganese, huh?
You mean the guitar that wasn't part of the act?
Part of the act? Who'd burn up a guitar on purpose?
But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away, all away.
Wait, you think the audience thought it was? Sounds like he got lucky. Except for the part where he was trying to put the fire out. That would have given it away.
They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did.
He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. Unusually frugal for a rock band.
Try saying that to Mr. Gavin.
Achtung! Today's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken.
Daddy told me there'd be days like these. Wasn't Lamroir's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin?
Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody.
You know, I was surprised she could sing in English.
I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. What's this? A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lamroir.
Hippie, thanks so much.
That is actually kind of a sick souvenir. All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Meh. And the checks that they give me. Meh. Almost time for the third act of the night.
Oh, there's more?
Yes, Lamroir's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it.
Ooh, ready, Apollo?
I think I'll pass.
Huh?
I like the bit with Lamroir. The rest could use a volume knob turned way down.
Apollo, you're getting old.
Ugh. Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Apparently.
I'm going.
Let the old folks rest backstage, yeah? Time to rock and or roll. Hey, you're older than I am. Hey, it's you, that right kid. Detective Sky, I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's actually really cute. Our fingerprint bottles touched. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing with that Glimmer's flop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door lead to? This one? That's Lamroir's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snack ooze right in your face. Your fucking face. Jam that in your mouth hole. Yeah. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? It's just so sad because she was delightful in, was it Rise from the Ashes? Now she's all older and cynical. Man, what age does. Covered up my munching. She hasn't been able to get into forensics yet. She's also still 22 years old. We're not talking about somebody that failed the bar exam 5 times over the course of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and it's just never going to happen. How many times could she possibly have taken the test so far? Maybe twice? Probably just once? She doesn't have the life experience yet to be so bitter. Except for, you know, the whole watching someone die thing that probably scoped her a little bit. But it was a lot different when she was a teenager. Guess she just didn't process it at the time. Eventually it got to her. She took it 4 times. Did they mention that in the prior chapter? I know they mentioned that she failed the test, but I don't remember her saying she took it 4 times. If so, that's insane. How are you able to get the test in that many times? Unless she graduated from college at like age 20, which means she was probably a prodigy, which means how was she possibly failing the test that often? These facts just don't line up to me. I've never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Better give her a wide berth. Tunk. She threw one at him? She snacked me. I don't know. Quite frankly, it becomes a little unbelievable, but I mean, there's a lot of this stuff in this series that are unbelievable, so just gotta suspend disbelief. Apparently, many people are just exceptional, which means they're not really exceptional because you can only be exceptional if you're a rarity. It just means that's what they all are. Like, I get it. If I failed the bar exam a bunch of times, I'd get bitter too, but again, I'm also not 22. Like, that's crazy. Okay, it's not crazy, but it's, like I said, the facts don't necessarily add all up the way her character is, like, has become. It's strange. Oh, she's 24. Okay, that's a little different. Because if she graduated after 4 years of college, and you could take the test every 6 months, which is, I think, generally, most testing certifications like that you could take every 6 months, then yeah, I suppose she could have taken it 4 times, twice a year. That would explain it. I don't know why I thought she was 22. That wouldn't make any sense because she was, what, 16 in Rise from the Ashes? Plus the extra 2 years, plus then 7 years. Yeah, 25. This is a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case? There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it. She snacked me. Can I get anything done here? I'm gonna think of it. I'm a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea! If you want tea so bad, go buy it yourself. The stones on this guy. She snacked me. I'll take a tea. Yes, ma'am. When Emma asks for a tea, you get her some goddamn tea! Don't forget the lard, though. What's that odd-looking doll doing there? Oh. Badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? She hit me with a snack. Serves me right for my way. Sorry, I don't speak snackoos. I gotta say though, there's something about her sassiness that I really like. Kind of reminds me of my wife, I guess. Got that sass factor. Gaviner's guilty as charged tour poster. They're plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is the concert venue. It makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience. It is stupid, though. I agree. Do you have to find fault with everything I say? You know, she's kind of right. Apollo is being kind of a dick. Like, bruh, just let it go. Somebody has a different opinion from you. It's okay. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lamra's bodyguard dropped it? Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for one goddamn second and listen? Ha! If you think you're gonna pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. At least I got her to stop munching. Whoa! Whoa! Is that a gunshot? Something's going on! You, out of my way! Emma! Lamrar! It's not locked. I'm going in. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. Oh! Well, that's a dead body. It's Lamrar's manager, Mr. What's-His-Name.
Latus, oh no!
Hey, you! Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. This is a closed room situation, isn't it? Because where would the person have gone? He's alive. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Jeez. Shot. I was shot. Yeah, I can see the bullet wound and the blood and then the gun. Who shot you? I don't know. Ask what? Ask witness. Witness? There was a witness? Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry. You're gonna be fine. Help us on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me, who is the witness? The witness is Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Mr. Lettuce! Yipes! Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. Could have sworn I heard a door close. Yeah, that's probably fucking Emma, right? Didn't she leave and then come back in? The concert's been canceled. Backup's on the way. Mr. Latus. It's Lettuce, by the way. He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. You can tell how terrible I think it is by the emotion in my voice that I have. Lost. Romaine Lettuce, shot. And I heard his last words. The witness is the siren, whatever that means. Oh my! Oh, venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Darian. Unless his name is Darian, but that would also be terrible. Darian with a Y? Oh, I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time then. Yeah, Fräulein Detective? I don't need some rockin' rolling prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this.
Oh, a gag order.
No word gets out other than Mr. Lettuce is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lamrar? Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, Herr Forehead. Yours too, Fräulein. On that? An investigation request?
Why just us?
You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. It should be okay to sign, I think. I'm a lawyer, I should know this, but I think. I'll sign it anyways before consulting with my attorney. Right, well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Fuck off, god damn. Oh, and one tip for you. Huh, me? Try not to get in the Fräulein Detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. I agree, Zara. When he said that, like, how's a siren seeing anything? I'm like, bruh, they have eyes. Just because they hose don't mean they can't see. And now none of us can go home. We'll investigate, all right? Our way. I should really be saying these things out loud.
Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon.
Still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon.
There is no time for navel gazing. Let's get this.
What? Navel gazing? Okay. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is.
Something the matter?
No. Let's get cracking. Why would one gaze at navel oranges? For one, they're oranges. They look awful. Just hurts my eyes to gaze upon it. I'm the only one who's there, the only one who heard Mr. Less's last words. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. Yeah, I can look at these things now. Announcer post for the guilty as charged tour.
I love that name, guilty as charged.
Seems kind of negative to me.
Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trucy presents the innocent as charged tour.
Kind of loses its impact, doesn't it? Apollo just can't be happy. He just can't. He reminds me of me when I was like 18.
Comments.
Negativity.
Comments.
Negativity.
Comments.
Negativity.
Negative comment.
Nods in agreement.
That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot.
Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the ban?
Oh yeah, the Blue Badger is the governor's mascot too.
Oh Lord. Have mercy. Huh, go figure.
Hear those things fly off the shelves.
Why? I'll have to take a closer look at one someday. Or not.
What's that? Looks like some kind of future phone.
Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What's the headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Lettuce might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards?
I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. LED on this thing is lit. Must be on.
Huh? Looks like nobody's here.
Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case too. No rest for the wicked.
No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rocking. Rock.
Paper, scissors. Ha 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 ha. Is there anything new here? I don't think so. This all looks... Wait, was this here? No, yeah. Oh, fuck. Get the fuck out! Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. Your attorneys know. Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? She's got a legitimate point. The Twos did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Why don't I say these things aloud? Oh, because he doesn't want to give away the which is... some ethical issues there, I think. Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me.
Please? Think of poor Lamroar.
Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it.
Right.
Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. Huh? Another ladder.
Actually, it's technically a step ladder.
Well, technically, you can shut the fuck up. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. That's really good. That's really funny. I don't know why I love that response so much. You know, there's one thing I'll say about this game that I've noticed so far compared to the first 3 games. I feel like a lot of the snappy dialogue is snappier, if that makes any sense. It's a little funnier. Whereas in the first 3 games, most of the time it caused me to groan. This is funny. This is funny. Yeah, maybe it's just the sass level in this game is amped up. I'm less worried about the stepladder, I'm more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling?
I still say it's a step ladder. Ah, Apollo! Look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV.
Yeah, that is a television. Yeah, a wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. You'll be waiting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Hold up. You have no idea what my salary is, miss. You shouldn't assume, because you're gonna make an ass out of you and me. Anyways, holy shit, get off of his nuts. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Right, then dream.
I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in the law.
Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you?
Oh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please?
Absolutely not.
I know, but still, I yearn.
A yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit there.
Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat.
Right. Whoa, stop it. Are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Foul temptress. Please grow up.
Oh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma?
You're not going to say, "Can I have it, please," are you?
Oh.
Look, you may be a cute little girl at 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me.
Oh.
It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy. It's about tampering with evidence, you fucking moron. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch.
Are these bullet holes?
Looks like it. There are 2 here in the wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. How'd he die? He just shot in the shoulder. In before Adamski goes, you see, Twain, if you get shot in the shoulder and the aortic valve is punctured, then it is possible to bleed out very quickly and not be able to contain said bleeding. I actually don't know if the aortic valve is a thing in your shoulder. I just know it is a thing. No, it's the valve in the heart, right? That the aorta goes to? Wait, what's the aorta? I don't answer. It doesn't matter. Oh, I'm just so bad at science.
But there are 2 holes. Wouldn't that mean 2 misses?
It's a heart thingy. That's how I should have described it. It's a heart thingy. Shocked from the pain. Okay. Do you think that dude would have been shocked from the pain? Look, that dude looked like he'd have gotten shot and been like, "Oh, look, how unfortunate. I was shot, Pooh. I'm gonna go ahead and lay down now. Please don't let me bleed out." Size of the bullet, sure. If I got hit by a cannon, you know, it could just rip off my leg. I could bleed out pretty quickly. My leg was removed from its responsibilities as being part of my body. Is that the bullet or the infection killing you? So legally, it's still the bullet because you would not have had the infection again if not, remember these 2 words, but for the shooting in the first place. So like a 50 cal sniper bullet would probably rip it to shreds. But there was a 345. It was a 45. Okay, so that is a powerful gun. Pretty big fucking bullet. The murder weapon is a 45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder.
Ouch, sounds painful.
No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. He wrote something, didn't he? This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver? That's right, a big 45 caliber revolver.
Wow, I wonder who brought this in here. Not only police were allowed to have one of those.
You mistake this place for Japan, Trucy. This is Japan America, which means that not everybody can have a gun, but more people than they can have in Japan can now have a gun. So it's a mix. Fusion. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't. Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackers when it happened. Yeah, I know. I was with you. No one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done?
Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right? Premeditated murder? That's a body, isn't it?
Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look.
Hey, go ahead, Apollo. You first.
Me? No, you should go first, Trucy. Really. Go, good God, Apollo. That is deserving of a smack with the back of my ring hand. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Apparently it doesn't stop her appetite from... What's this?
Hey, is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about, red stuff than I do. Yep.
Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like?
Bala, look at this hand.
He's holding something. Hey, no touching! You can throw all the snacks at me you like, Emma, but sooner or later, you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look.
See there, he's holding something. What's this?
The key ring?
You think it might belong to the killer?
Certainly a possibility. What an unusual key ring and what unusual keys. Actually, the keys, besides the guitar key, look pretty fucking normal. This could be a vital clue. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian? Huh. Assimilation by the Borg. What an interesting scent.
Well, I haven't got a clue, and I doubt those are.
Do not open. It was open.
Look, there's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that.
It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack.
What? I was just saying it's possible.
Right. No harm in that. Except that I'm pretty sure it isn't possible. You could peek into the room through it though, you know? I think I got everything in here, yeah? What happened?
The stage looks empty.
I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin.
Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess.
Well, that's a big instrument case.
That's a case for contrabass, I think.
You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet.
It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument.
You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet.
Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that.
Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the lights and such.
Why don't they use a step ladder? I prefer step ladders, really.
Yeah, I fucking know. Jesus Christ.
Is that so wrong?
Not wrong, just, well, why do you prefer step ladders?
They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders.
I hate that this is going to be a plot point.
The...
I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped ring. Key ring? The middle key is shaped like a guitar?
I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case.
It's a guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to. Oh, okay, let's talk more. Mr. Romaine Lettuce, was it? He was Lamoire's manager, an interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country.
So I'm guessing you didn't know many people here.
It doesn't seem likely, nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course.
One person? Who?
Lamoire. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Ugh, hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks.
He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him.
If you had a pistol, you might. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We've sent a request to the Borginian... I'm gonna call it Borg, just because Star Trek funny. We've sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone.
You do?
That's true. It was us who found the body.
What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert.
Yep. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone.
What? But that doesn't make any sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How'd they leave the room?
That window's a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. Honestly, that was one of my first thoughts, is that he was shot through the window and that gun wasn't actually the murder weapon. The only issue with shooting through the window is how did it get to where it was then? So this is the murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing.
Hey, no fair, tell us.
It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? Oh, that's really helpful. Oh. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right, it's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such a close range. At such close range, it's overkill.
I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I ordered extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
And that's not a problem? There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder.
Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too.
Yet the killer used this revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high caliber weapon? Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop, but anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here.
I suppose.
I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks. Fuck, she left.
What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait, but I don't really want to wait.
Great, now how am I supposed to investigate?
Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go.
Huh? Go?
Time's a wasting, Apollo. We got a lot of ground to cover.
Well, that's true, but on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Why? Apollo can't be that fucking stupid. I'm sure nothing will happen to this crime scene if left unattended. I'm sure everything will be okay. Ah! Who's there? The fuck was that?
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
He's wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious with his mustache. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Actung. Oh, you ain't kidding.
It's the 2 leading members of the Gaveners, Apollo. Fabian on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool.
I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly.
Oh, what are they arguing about?
Probably the case, I'd bet. My hog won't start, my guitar's case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of the song wrong? How? What was all that tinny playing of yours? Who are you calling tinny?
Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over.
This is hardly the time. What are you two doing here? Hiya! Wow. Okay. You're gonna charm me. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry, wait, you were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Borginia, Detective Crescent. Right, anything else? What did you just call him? Detective? Greetings. Oh, hell yeah. That hair is fucking terrible. That is there has been a lot of ugly things in this series. A lot of ugly things. This is the worst hairstyle of it's worse than Mondo's hairstyle. This hairstyle is fucking disgusting. It's offensive to the eyes. And it sucks because if you just cut that part off of his hair, he'd be obviously a really good looking dude. His hair would actually be kind of cool, like the spike back. Be kind of sick, actually. But no, he has to add this gigantic penis to the front for some... How does the hair even do that? Look, part of the fucking hair. How does the hair possibly go from here all the way here? You know what that means? That means none of this hair is actually connected to his goddamn head. That's not how hair works. Okay, the gel doesn't address the point I just made, though. The only way this is possible if this is not actually his hair. It's just something he put on top of his head. So you're saying it goes to the front here and then loops all the way back like that? That is theoretically possible, I suppose. But that would mean that his hair would go down below his ass if he ever let it down. Hello? Criminal Affairs?
Apollo, you really didn't know anything about the Gaveners, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be remedied. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder, what else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a parade of crimes, you see?
Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case.
Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Lettuce than I do. For now, at least. Huh? You were the one who found the body, yeah? While we were in the middle of a performance, no less.
Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin?
I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes.
They're not exactly best buddies, are they? I mean Prosecutor Gavin, I mean.
Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. He might be the most informed for once.
Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaveners?
It's not surprising why even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. Okay. Good God. That is an incredibly pretentious thing to say about oneself. The conceit is off the charts. I know America exists.
Gaveners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow.
Police?
The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, by night they sing songs of unrequited passion.
Okay.
They debuted 7 years ago with 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole, and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness.
Wow, these sound horrendous, but also really funny.
The list of hits goes on and on.
This here is my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. Hey, this guy is a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today is a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who missed the cue.
Miss Q, they were arguing about that before.
Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists.
What's this Miss Q you keep talking about?
Ah, you heard it, didn't you? From the audience?
Actually I didn't notice anything.
See, no amateur is gonna pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this.
What's that?
A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Are we supposed to be investigating a murder?
Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. Always wanted to learn about the recording industry.
What am I doing? This is but one of the devices used in recordings. We have a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. Use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. What am I doing?
Wow, neat. So, could you say hear only the drum part?
Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. Simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the bottommost bar. Like so. There it is. Now listen.
Was something wrong?
You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely. Two missed a cue. Is that it?
The timing's a little off, isn't it?
You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, baby. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! There he goes again. Right. Amateur, you will prove my point. Huh? Me? You will find the miscue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Use these sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears.
Nothing to do but try, Apollo.
I guess. I'll admit this looks kind of fun. I disagree. First, a quick review. Use the sliders to adjust the volume. Press the select section of the song. Blah 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 blah. Once you've found the guilty part, press the corresponding number. Time to rock. DJ Hero Justice. Hope I'm not tone deaf. I guess we'll see if I'm DJ Twain. Ooh, I think that's it. This, isn't it? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Oh. It was you, Darian! Oh, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well, that's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian.
Here they go again.
Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. Starting to feel like we're just wasting time.
It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad.
I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? I was wondering if you knew anything about this. Does it look familiar? Familiar? It's mine! That's my keyring! Been looking all over for it.
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin?
I knew it.
Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is a keyring that was...
Yeah, I know. Thanks, anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim? You mean Mr. Latouche had my keys? Indeed. When will my trials be over? You retire.
Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today.
Emma was right about the fop. I'll give her that.
Apollo, Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today.
I really don't think that's...
Tell us, and we'll keep mum about the keyring for now.
Are you blackmailing me, Fräulein? It is a serious offense, you know. Haha, smile. You're saying something about your motorcycle not starting?
And something about your guitar case being busted?
You're well informed. We just heard you say those things.
You mentioned it a few times.
It all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring? It's got all my keys on it, yeah? My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case.
Wait, so this keyring...
It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared? I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. In order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... The very one. Up in flames. And right on stage, too.
I actually thought that was part of the show.
Crazy. To top it off, Mr. Lettuce's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy?
Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage, and Mr. Lettuce dies.
Yes, and?
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? Huh, Darian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me.
What do you think, Apollo?
Huh?
I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned.
You are thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fräulein?
I am.
What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about?
Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today?
Well. You know, something was bugging me too. That keyring and the guitar and the body.
Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy.
He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up, if you're a man, you're as clueless as I am. Huh? No. Give her forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection, shall we? Evidence? I better think of something pronto.
Come on, let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles?
I'd imagine a prosecutor's schedule would prohibit a side gig as a full-time touring rock star. It depends on whether it is a full-time gig for him. Usually, in our system, the answer would probably be yes, if you're touring and recording and all that stuff. But remember, here, they do a lot of work for these cases, but it's in a very condensed period of time. And that actually is to the benefit of someone like Gavin here, because he could actually take 3 days off of touring and, you know, prosecute a case. For like he'd only need to take a week off because of how this system works. That would almost be impossible in the U.S. system, though. It's this, isn't it? A lyric sheet, the guitar serenade. What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything, though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fräulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles. Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fräulein?
I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics of this song.
What? No way.
Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet,
First, the keyring was stolen.
not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring.
That's right here. When you stole away the keys to my heart held on to so tightly. This is a heart holding keys.
And next, his guitar burst into flame.
Burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away.
And then Mr. Lettuce was killed.
Like a bullet of love, fire take my life away, all away. But that's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
So everything that happened today, here, this song predicted it all? But perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based his crime on the lyrics. Well, who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you have stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fräulein. She looks pleased. The lyrics predicted the crime. Clavier. Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder. The keyring might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever.
So the criminals matched their action to the lyrics?
That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borgian embassy about this Mr. Lettuce. Mr. Lettuce, actually. All right, thanks, Darian. I'll leave this pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here. Thank you very much. For National, Mr. Lettuce was killed. Seems like that would be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery.
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today.
Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. Had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves, yeah? Yeah, I guess this is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin. Leaves Lamrar to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamrar is now? I had to go to my dressing room. That pianist, Maki, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Lettuce's sudden passing. The governor's dressing room. Got it. Eek! Who's there?
There he goes again. Who is that guy?
Huh? Trucy?
You know, he did look sort of familiar.
So he is a friend of yours.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Ah, Lamrar.
Oh, she actually speaks. Fuck, I didn't actually have a voice lined up for her.
What has happened? I heard that Mr. Lettuce has died.
Lamrar, you speak? I mean, you speak English?
Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. But I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Lettuce your interpreter? Yes, well, it was Mr. Lettuce's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see.
Then your pianist is also?
No, Maki Tobaya is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Lettuce? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Lettuce was...
Trucy!
Huh?
Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word.
But Mr. Lettuce is Lamrar's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party?
Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect.
We have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling.
I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions?
Of course, I am always willing to help.
She's as calm as she looked on stage. Can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamrar. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
What is it, Maki?
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
What? But you'd be all alone.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. What seems to be the problem?
Maki, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. That be alright?
Sure, of course.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about?
Oh, that's nice. I like that. One of Gabe's soundscapes. The Republic of Borginia that's in Northern Europe, right?
I've never even heard of it.
Well, that's rude.
Started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant.
Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy, not just people that exist. Lamrar, you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here?
Well...
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Yes, it is something like this. Contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginese in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter sound.
A soundscape, you would call them. Yeah, that's right. I called that out like 2 minutes ago. A painter and what?
She travels the world turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? Very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay for royalties for that, do I?
You absolutely need to pay royalties for that. That is textbook copyright infringement. Stop while you're ahead, Trucy.
This landscape painter and sound too is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, in Burgundy's memoir names the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was.
You're the siren! She's the witness. I guess.
Your pianist mocked you, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll.
He's very European.
I met him while singing in restaurants in Borginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale, almost.
I notice he hardly leaves your side.
Yes, well, he is blind. At first I hesitated at dragging him across the world.
He doesn't speak English either, does he?
He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Maki and I together are memoir. Together always. Together always. Mr. Lettuce is my new manager.
New?
Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Kevin's invitation to come, I met with Mr. Lettuce at my office. He used to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter? Even though you speak English?
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Lettuce from the Republic of Borginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will ever tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone.
Mr. Lettuce was a talented man, the siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known.
The siren. That's what he meant.
Huh? Apollo?
You are the siren, right, Lemoir?
That is the meaning of my name in Borgonese, yes. It was the name my producer gave me, but why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Siren. Turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Lettuce, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words.
He said siren, really?
I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Lettuce said that? Asked the witness?
And you're the siren, Lamrar. Did you see what happened? Lamrar?
I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no. I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney. Yet there have been no arrest, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. Lamrar, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Why? She witnessed the crime. Why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so. She's not wrong. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you?
My brooch? Yes, well, it may be mine.
Yours, Lamrar?
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lamrar's. Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it.
This brooch belongs to her. That begs the question.
Is something wrong, Apollo?
What's this brooch doing at the crime scene? Whoa, who's there now? It's you, god damn it. Where were you? Emma! Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. Of course it is, you dipshit. Nothing could ever happen if we just left a crime scene unattended.
What do you mean by impossible?
Well, it's gone. Utterly gone.
What's gone?
The body, stupid. What else?
Mr.
Lettuce's body has disappeared.
What?
Ah, Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant scare, I gathered you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Lich's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Poof, gone. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the There's no need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. All the entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later.
Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Latus's body just disappear?
Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Darian? See, Gator's gone missing. It was in the dressing room.
Gator? Who's Gator?
That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen? This hasn't been a good day for guitars or guitars. Okay, body first, then guitar. If someone finds that guitar, please bring it back to our dressing room. Guitar's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. Well, this sure is a, what do you call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle, and it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. Sorry, not much else I can say, because I did something incredibly stupid and should have realized from the beginning that it was an incredibly stupid decision. I let myself get manipulated by a 15-year-old to go and walk around and do things I shouldn't be doing during a murder investigation. God damn it. It's all right. Our priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackos should do the trick nicely. Should watch your sugar intake, Emma. You are going to get diabetes.
Does something seem different to you, Apollo?
Something is definitely different here.
Let's check it out. That stage must have been lowered before.
That's the tower that Lanoir and Prosecutor Gavin were sitting on.
Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top.
Maybe we should get Emma.
What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves.
I'm not so good with heights.
Stop whining and start climbing.
Ugh. Didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I feel every one of those 20 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Eek! We found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist, Maki Tobai. What the fuck? Are we just skipping the... Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry.
No kidding, you fucking potato. Why did they arrest Maki? Why?
Don't look at me like it's my fault. Maki Tobai, the blind pianist, arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Lettuce. How is the blind pianist the murderer? You just blindly... Okay, whatever. No.
I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible.
I guess they had proof of some kind.
What proof could possibly prove that?
Morning. Prosecutor Gavin? What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset.
Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why'd they arrest Maki? Why?
Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all.
Yet?
The powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lanoir was invited from Origini as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Well, those are circumstances, all right. Those are things that exist. But what makes Maki the only possible suspect? Her forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. Except, no. Apollo has no enemy because he's not representing anybody at this point. So that's not correct in the slightest. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case, especially not to the defense attorney. What? Okay, never mind. I guess we are the enemy. Did What did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. You mean Maki? Maki wants me?
This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going.
Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lamroir. Right. Later. I'm up to this.
I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible.
You said that already.
Maki, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you.
Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night. Light bulb light leaf, scissors. Torch, goat or ram, scissors leaf, musical note, ladybug, arrow, question mark, Egyptian hieroglyphics, goat, scarab, water, fish, bowing down to you on my knees. Huh? Water, scissors, arrow, leaf, Egyptian hieroglyphics, goat, water droplet, squid, thing, or jellyfish, Hadouken, thing, question mark, water, ladybug, scarab, question mark, tree, scissors, on my knees, tree, fish, exclamation point. That was when I realized how tough it would be. A little kid like this. The country's so far from everything he's ever known.
Maybe Lamroir can help.
But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him?
Well, what are we gonna do?
That's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Water, question mark, scissors? Court is now in session for, how do I say that? Maki Tobaye, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio. Is that how that's pronounced? Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK here, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No. Actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in a hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending?
She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Fuck that bullshit. Doesn't matter what you have on your schedule, your work takes precedence, you dipshit. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're not here, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case, Romaine Lettis, age 35. 35? Oh, how unfortunate. The global manager for diva songstress Lamroir. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight, death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering. 2 shots were fired. One missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. We're talking about a 45 caliber revolver. We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
Talking about you and Emma, huh?
Do I need to go over again why that's a horrendous idea for Apollo to be representing him? It's the fact that Apollo was the only person to hear Mrs. Lettuce's last words. Yes! But you know what's gonna happen? He's just gonna be like, I happen to hear the last words, and this is what he said. And if I'm Clevy, I go, that's fucking hearsay. You absolutely cannot use that evidence in this courtroom. Though if I'm Apollo, I retort with, well, it's not the truth of the matter asserted. That's not what it's necessarily going for, because the last words were him saying, talk to the witness, as opposed to this person killed me. So it actually probably would fall under the hearsay rule. I'm just bringing it up because if I'm Clavier, I'd do it anyways. In this game, I would be surprised if the game actually addresses that, because from what I understand, hearsay in Japan is much looser than it is in the United States. And for those that don't know, just need a quick refresher, hearsay is when you say that someone else told you something. So it's like the third, like you are then conveying what someone else told you to a judge or a jury or whatever. And the reason why it's considered very bad is when you, part of the rights that you have, especially in criminal trials in the United States, is the right to confront those who would testify against you. And hearsay would be a very easy way to get around that, because you'd be like, oh, well, this person said this. And like, if that person's not there, you have no ability to cross-examine them and ask them directly if they said it. So you're just gonna go off of what the other witness said, and that's a lot more difficult to do. So that's why the rule exists. Yet when the witness entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly, this murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person. That is, of course, the defendant, Maki Tobaye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime, but how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Let the witness please take the stand. Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. I don't even think she looks tired. She just looks aloof, like she doesn't give a shit about what's going on. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better.
I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with the blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene.
That door was the only way out of the room, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't get it. How can they say that Maki did it?
Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. That's irrelevant. I gave the Fräulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then. And then... I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackers. Hey, no snacking in the court. And you're sure the shots came from Lamoir's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Like, I love how the game's pointing out how ridiculous it is that Apollo is essentially giving testimony in the middle of a cross-examination, because it is ridiculous. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Ka-tunk. Oh, thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. No, before you ask, no, you would not be allowed to eat during the hearing. Big no-no. Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? Rock and roll music that has been popular for like 40 years, Your Honor. Yes, 50 years. That's right. When we went into the dressing room, music was blurring over the speakers on the wall. It pipes sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. You can drink water. Judges generally won't give you shit for drinking water. For a couple reasons. One, it helps to relax if you're like, especially if you're a witness and you're having like trouble. One of the first things the judge will do is offer, like, would you like some water? Because it gives them a chance to stop, just drink the water, collect their thoughts, try to calm down. And as an attorney, as a witness too, and as an attorney, it's expected, given the amount of time that you're talking, that you might become parched and need to take a sip of water. So water is never a problem. But they generally won't allow you to bring your own water in. Most courtrooms should at least have their own water cooler with their own cups and stuff. And that's done mostly so that they don't allow foreign substances into the courts. Because, you know, could be bringing something else that isn't water into the court. But if it's for medical purposes, if you got special permission from the judge ahead of time, then yes, it would be fine. I can't see why a judge would deny it if there's a legitimate medical reason. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gavineers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitor at full volume. When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear the music playing. Then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Ah. But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Scheisse. Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant, the pixie of the Arpeggio, flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. Except when you caught him. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Herr Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What evidence? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that had been recently opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Maki Tabaye's fingerprints. What? Order, order, order!
The air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Herr Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you?
Ugh.
Anyone could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whipping it up on the audience.
This was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. Prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way through that door, in and out of the crime scene, was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. Ugh. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will greatly appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
It can't be over already. This is not, these pieces of evidence together are not good enough for him to be so confident. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. The defense has no contradicting evidence.
The prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. We better come up with something quick.
I know.
Think what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that,
Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now.
This is it. It's so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over.
Okay, so it's either a witness, in which case we could call Lamrar, right? My gut reaction is to call Lamrar. Wait. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that! Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Atroquinine. What a weird word. My love. There he goes again.
That's too bad because there was a witness. Ho, really now? But how did you come to possess the knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Well, this is where it gets a little awkward. Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this. I don't think that's meant to be funny, but that's so hilariously stupid. Think of the amount of times you've had arguments with somebody and they're just like, well, wait, how? How do you know? Because I'm the only person that knows. Because I know and you don't. Yeah, exactly. The defense calls my cell. No, that's bad. What? The victim said this before he died.
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not.
What do you mean by that?
All we know is what Herr Forehead says he did. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself.
I'm so glad somebody finally brought that up. But it's the truth, he said it. I even told you about it. Oh, that just makes it even, that just makes it fact then. But apparently you ignored me completely.
It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. All of your health bar.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for?
There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Lamrar? Recall what Mr. Lettuce's last words. The siren, aha! He meant the siren. That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lamrar. Lamrar was only on stage for the second set. She had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin,
my claim still stands. There is no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lamrar to the witness stand. Lamrar would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. Can the attorney be a witness in a real trial? Yes, he can, or she. And that's part of the problem with the attorney being a representing anybody in a case in which the attorney is a witness. That's a huge problem. There are exceptions that can allow that to happen, but I guarantee you no judge is going to be happy about it. And that will generally only happen in very small jurisdictions where there's just a limited amount of people available. I mean, Apollo's logic is fine. The problem is that it's not a valid explanation in a court of law. Because trust me, it is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren and the Ballad to our courtroom.
You are too kind.
Ah, you can speak English?
Yes, I can. Oh, I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it.
What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. She'd be detrimental to my case. I mean, what's that?
Lamrar suffers from amnesia.
Amnesia?
Lamrar is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage.
Oh, she's even more mysterious than I thought.
As lauded singer Lamrar, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I do not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
Well, when it comes to a person's life on the line, they're gonna have to fucking deal with it. Like, that sort of excuse is not sufficient at all. I should say for an adult. A child, maybe. Judges don't like seeing children testify on the stand, but that's different. It is expected that adults are able to handle their stress a lot better. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's... Why did he say it like that? I feel like it's such a dick thing to say. I'm sure he's going to follow it up with, but in this circumstance, blah, blah, blah. Just the way he said this is really funny. I care surprisingly little about people's past. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamrar.
Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened.
Lamrar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify, yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand.
Oh my.
Congratulations, Apollo, you're the bad guy.
Well, if she had just answered my goddamn questions in the first place, maybe I wouldn't have had to have called her up here, but she wanted to be a little prick about it, so instead, here we are. You think I feel bad? No. Don't ugh, like shrug. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was when I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying.
There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining here longer than need be.
Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Ugh. Farewell, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
Lamrar wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. I don't think we didn't have like a Twitch or something.
Okay, this actually outlines the details, interestingly enough.
The brooch might go here.
I'm sorry, Lamrar, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not?
Why, that's Lamrar's. She was wearing it for a song.
Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
This brooch was found after the murder took place. The very scene of the crime.
What?
Lamrar, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Oh, she's not Melina underneath. Well, that's good to know. What is the meaning of this? Lamrar, please explain. Lamrar? She says, English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now?
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. How would I overlook a fact I didn't know?
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak.
Okay. If you're curious, no, Mr. Gavin would not be allowed to do the translation. You would need a certified translator to come in and provide the said translation. Is she really saying all that?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Right when the incident occurred. Ah!
Is she talking about that? I looked into the room, just a glance, mind you.
So this was when your brooch dropped. That seems unlikely. That explains that. No, it doesn't.
It does. There is no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous. He's right. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
My forehead. He has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked in at the scene of the crime.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. When I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Her forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ugh.
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamrar, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes.
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses.
But apparently enough of a glimpse for you to actually have dropped your brooch somehow. How do we... Was it... Oh, it's just perceive, right? I had to press perceive to freeze it. You can actually see through her. Damn, Apollo, you got some X-ray vision, dog. The late Mr. Lettuce's body, you say?
Yes?
You know something more about Mr. Lettuce's death than you are saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot?
One moment, Lamrar.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot?
Yes?
She was hiding something, I knew it. Lamar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Eh? How could that be?
Take this! Lamar contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. The brooch? What did she... Is it this? Tell me, Lamar, how did you know he had been shot?
Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Lettuce had been shot. How could you have known? That's kind of flimsy. She said she wasn't told, as far as I understood the context of her statement, it's that she didn't know, she had not known of anything that had happened there because she had been removed from the situation. Not that she still hadn't heard about anything that was going on. And even with the gag order, I mean, with that being, she being a potential person of interest, it also means she wouldn't have been in the gallery, which that makes sense. Where was she then? Because if he wasn't going to use her as a witness, why would he have her there in the courtroom at all? Or in the courthouse at all? That made it seem like she was very readily accessible. but maybe they just said it too casually. It makes sense if everything is followed to the letter, but I guess we just have to assume that's what happened. Lamb Raw, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Now I remember. Please allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. This won't this won't impeach you at all. We'll just ignore that you didn't tell the truth to begin with. And that makes you so much more untrustworthy now. All we want to know is the truth.
She looks kind of pale, huh?
She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. She would have had to have seen the bullet holes, like, outside and not through the door. Lamrar, they call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. God, I hate when they do this. A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Agreed, Trucy.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah?
Come on, can I be cool for once? It's not cool, you're being a dickhead. When he does it, he's a dickhead too. Observe the diagram, and it doesn't actually add anything to your case. Lamrar, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were on the wall the door is on. You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
Yo!
Lamrar.
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw?
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
Shut up. Only an idiot would believe that. But she knew how Mr. whatever the fuck his last name died. He named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamrar. Very well. Lamrar, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. I was on the way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Herr Forehead.
Very well, Herr Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Right going, Apollo. You're right about Lamrar. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Didn't you say you could only see through that thing a crack? She made it seem like she was full-blown, had her head through there. It wasn't Maki who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is a testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking?
Trucy, let's just listen to what Lamrar has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see.
Okay, so yes, I wouldn't necessarily follow it up. There is some logic to doing that. If you want her to create testimony that more so solidifies how it could not be your client, the problem is you're also inviting something that would cast further doubt on what she said. And the other problem is that prior games have established that what matters the most is the truth. And so even if you don't actually press her further, you might miss something because the game wants you to do that. Because when you're Phoenix, you literally fucked yourself as Phoenix once, and you had to do that. The game required you to do it, which is still one of the stupidest things I've seen in this series. Why would you ever put yourself in that situation?
I was a grown person. I know it was.
A grown person? That's a little vague.
I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
I mean, I couldn't see whether he had a penis or not, if that's what you're implying, but I think it was a man, a young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you
Heard a voice, but wait. So couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Lettuce? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Lettuce who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. It proves it wasn't Maki.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast the case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? Like this. He's basically telling you, you know, if this testimony turns out to be correct, I'm probably going to find your client innocent. What do you think, defense attorney? What should we do here? And I'm like, roses. Let's do this. Let's move along. We are done here. Scoop them up. Here's what I would do. I would say, it's pretty good, and let the judge go about his preconceived notions to get my client found innocent. But that's not what the game wants. The game wants you to go in further and you be the investigator and actually not be a defense attorney, but instead just be an investigator that proves whom it was. Again, we've mentioned this before, it sort of turns Phoenix into a pseudo-prosecutor, which Apollo in this circumstance, but that's what they've done with Phoenix too, which is also incorrect. He doesn't need to find out who did it for the court. All he has to figure out is whether or not his client did it. So, I'm gonna press this and I'm not going to be happy about it. Though it pains me to say this because this is literally going against my code of ethics as being an attorney. There's something about Lamwar's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Herr Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime.
But that means Lamar has to be lying.
I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. Is as Herr Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within a testimony. When we talk about the window, she shouldn't have been able to see barely anything through that window. But what's next? What's he talking about?
Lamroar, I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad. And lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
No one bats an eye when he says stuff like that. Recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room? Oh, it was closed in general. So, how would she have been able to open it from that side? Or open or close it, for that matter. It could have been open, but how would she have closed it?
Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. Find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
That's not impossible, but yeah, that's sus for sure.
What? But I'm sure. Namor, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
But she's the only eyewitness we have. And now you're defending her credibility? Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Whatever.
So you say, and the victim named her the siren as the witness?
That's right, that's what Mr. Lettuce...
We heard your claim, we even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Herr Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's... Why? We're the one who called the witness, not the prosecution. Now you're worried about impeachment and credibility? There is indeed a... I need to take a moment.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Sorry about that. I had to go through a 3-step process. Step 1, clean my ears out to make sure that I actually heard what I myself said just now. Then I had to pour myself some cherry mead to deal with the rest of this garbage. Then I thought my dog wanted to go outside. Turns out she just wanted to play in the snow. So, like, nope, get back in. All right, we're gonna deal with this despite how narratively ridiculous it is for this to now suddenly be an issue, whereas over the course of 3 1/4 worth of games, it has never been an issue. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lamwar can't testify,
then we don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence.
this cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Danke. Now where were we? Ah yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again.
Wait, let me hear Lamwart's testimony one last time. The cross-examination is already over, even though I can clearly reopen it as I have before in several cases involving your employer, Phoenix Wright, until such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. Danke. Danke. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Herr Forehead?
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance by questioning testimony that would have been beneficial to me.
Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me. What do you mean rudely interrupted? It was you that was like,
we're done here, Herr Judge.
and the judge is like, I believe so, unless the defense has anything to rebuke what was saying. Just, ugh, God.
I dislike saying the same things twice. I never repeat a song for an encore.
You would, Miss Scott. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Lettuce's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have had a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you had been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions of our killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre.
She's right. Why did Mr. Lettuce's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower, holding a guitar no less?
A perceptive observation, Herr Judge.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for these things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
Who was also unconscious next to the body, I guess? I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamwar's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All the evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lamwar's song?
Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
Its code?
All the evidence that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen.
Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Lettuce's life was taken by a bullet.
The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs, but killing the songs, that's just nonsense.
It's a wild world out there, Herr Judge.
Yeah, the judge would probably know more than you. Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. But Mr. Lettuce spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh. It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own. Great.
You see, no one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
That's not necessary. I'm not sure you can say that so conclusively. There could be a foreigner who was in the country that had a motive to kill him. That assumption seems to only take into account the people that lived here and thus had no prior dealings with him. Could have had no prior dealings with him. That doesn't take into account people that could indeed be from his own country and had met him before. They keep hammering home that point about how strong that thing is, right? Especially with two, like, why 2 shots? Did he miss the first time? Because if he hit him twice, that wound would have been a lot bigger than what we saw. And then steal the body of a huge 34-year-old. Yeah, there's no, I feel like they're ignoring this so far, but maybe we might address it by the end of this cross-examination. How would Maki have done that? Yeah, and then Maki is blind and was able to shoot that gigantic gun without issue because he's been well-trained, which is what another thing they keep saying. It does seem difficult to imagine, unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt.
What did you say?
Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song? Now, this, oh my god, I can't believe it. That's nothing for the crowd if I got fucking hype about it. Of course not, and I'm quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music. You're even in my textbook at school. What textbook? You take like a music class with a textbook? Because at 15, I was not doing that. And I'd never heard of them. What does that say about me? I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy. Miss Sky, this is not the place to just be joking willy-nilly. Signature? What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. 1 shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very, assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious.
Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed.
But he still hit him in the shoulder, right by the, like, kind of close to the heart. That would be very impressive for a blind person to be able to do. No, it's not the only explanation that makes sense. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That's just such a stupid plan, though.
That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think justice. What do I do now? Yeah, exactly. They could have just missed. Not because the shooter was blind. People miss. Yeah, it's not because there's a heavy recoil to this ridiculously hard to control gun. It's because he was blind. So he was blind with the gun that's ridiculously hard to handle and was still able to shoot him in the shoulder. With music blaring from the... Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. That doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Let me count the reasons. Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? The shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon. Why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Maki Tobaye, as you can see, is tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. That kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Haha, take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo?
Huh? What?
That bit about Maki being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of,
admitting that he did it? Oh. Does not matter why you missed. What matters is that the shooter was without a doubt the defendant. At least that time is not one that you, like, were knowingly walking into. It's Apollo being an idiot, but not one where it's like you're doing the wrong thing in the game, but the game's like, hey, you gotta do this to proceed. But, I mean, that's funny. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record, if you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well. The witness will add to his or her testimony. Right. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullets in the hole. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? Well, of course it's not proof per se. You've merely raised a possibility. In fact, nothing here. Has there been anything that's proof per se of anything anybody's alleging? Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there's more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vents. But wait, if he was blind, how would he have known about the air vent in the first place? Ah, very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain. Certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vents. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tobae. Wait, they were told about air duct maintenance specifically? Generally, that's not what happens. Okay. You would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. No, you just don't assume that people had been told something that people normally wouldn't have been told earlier in the day. That's asinine. You need to consider what the stepladder was doing there. This line of defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, forehead? Out of ammunition, perhaps? Never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Well, that and it has to do with his performance. I think that's making him aggressive.
Oh, don't you have anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. I would take down one of their central points. Yeah. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? I've got just the thing, hopefully. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Heffohead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because he or she couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Yeah, he just went around looking for stepladders, knew that there'd be an air duct that he could climb into. Not to mention, most maintenance crews don't have a stepladder for every room. How does he know that that room was the one they left the stepladder in? I mean, also would have been impressive for him to get around to all of this. Wait, can he speak English? He definitely can't read English. How would he have known what the lyrics said? Yeah, she could have. I mean, that's what I would have done. I just feel like it's odd for him to have understood it so well to then want to recreate it. You know what I mean? That would be a bit weird. But I agree that, I mean, if you're her, you should explain it to him, right? So he understands what type of emotion he's supposed to be putting into his music. I mean, this is just... I'm not sure that overturns anything, Mr. Justice. It's not bad evidence, it's just not what they were looking for. Because, like, dude, for him to have moved around that dressing room as a blind person would have been very impressive. That's interesting. They don't just have me retry it. So it's entirely possible that we don't have the evidence we need yet. Like, how would he have moved the body? How the fuck could he have moved that body? Are you kidding me? He's tiny and blind, but you can't just present a logical argument like that. I don't get how any of this other stuff would apply. This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point.
And perhaps you best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah?
Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. They erased the smut. They smudged it, right? The contradiction is right here. The smeared blood stains. I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry, the way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in court.
It's almost as if he wrote something.
I get it. At least I think I get it.
Get what, Fräulein?
When Mr. Lettuce was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in it but his own blood? Pretty good, huh?
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. And that does seem to be a distinct possibility. I think that also rebuts the he shot from outside the window, at least, argument, because he would have had to have gotten inside, then smeared it, and then still been able to leave. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion.
Drat. I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I.
No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this? You agree that this was the victim making attempts to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Lettuce was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was... Well, what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ah! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant he was blind. He couldn't have been able to see the shooter. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impressive! Is that what she said? I actually didn't see what she said. Impossible? Impressive? Order, Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up till now, it seems I owe the court an apology. Oh god, here we go. The Gaviniers are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us.
Because that's what happens all the time in these fucking games. Let's rock! With these documents, but before that, I have a question for Fräulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why do you think that Maki Toei is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course? He's the blind pianist, right? I knew this would fucking happen. Oh, he's actually not blind. So he's... Doesn't Lamar leave him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Maki Toei. According to this, Maki Toei can see perfectly well. What? Blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said, no, it's objection. I want to see that evidence. I've not seen that evidence. What evidence are you showing that proves that he can see? What did I say exactly? Therefore, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did that was Fräulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes? Consider, Maki Toei sees. He was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. What about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe the had neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It's a kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. Ugh. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins here, Forehead. Yeah. No, well, okay, so it's not necessarily the prosecution's stance, though. Just because your witness says something doesn't mean that is your official argument. Many times a witness will say something that you do not want them to say, but that doesn't make it your stance, right?
I knew you didn't have what it took.
You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief?
Yeah, apologize.
Oh, sorry.
That's not a way to apologize.
He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. If we can please end the bickering now. Whatever, I'm not leaving. Can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Aha! Aha, what? This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes? We might be able to find out what was really written there. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. Called lumino. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Ah, yes. Have we done those tests yet?
As if I'm gonna tell you.
Bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now.
Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? That's a legitimate question. You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Yeah, he could fuck it up. I have no idea what he's doing. The chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. How cool would it be if lawyers are detectives? Fuck that. Detectives can be detectives. I don't need both jobs. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Right? Ready. It's easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me.
Oh, your hand's shaking.
God, let's do this. That. Wow, it really works, and this means fucking nothing.
This must be the power of science.
It says IPXX314206. That doesn't mean anything upside down. This is not a 11037 sort of situation. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Lettuce even know a number like that? Good show, Fräulein Detective. Rock on. Huh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into the Interpol ID number. Oh, sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecutor's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent. Oh wait, I know. What if Maki Toei is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes, and one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Mr. Lettuce know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? Curious mystery concerning Maki Toei. What are you talking about? Fräulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. Of course you did. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last part. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Herr Forehead? Huh? Me? Maki Toei pretended he was blind. You know why? How could he know?
Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known that from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? At the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. There's a reason why Maki Toei pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? I don't fucking know. I get no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Did show it for him. It seems you've thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well. Look at this. This is why he pretended he couldn't see. I still don't fucking know. Oh, that's right. That is Lamoir? Lamoir and Maki Tobae recall their relationship, in particular their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lamoir and our pianist, they would always walk together, she leading him by the hand, and when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why do they have to keep up this act the whole time? It wasn't part of the performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Aha! Really? Really, it was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamoir. What's this? So you mean to say that Lamoir is... she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lamoir is blind. What? How'd she get into the courtroom then? Did she get led by the hand? Order, this is crazy. Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain this time.
He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamoir herself? I believe she's still in the witness waiting room.
Paulo, what does this mean for our case?
Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Yeah, I still don't know how they're able to prove that Maki could use the gun even once without dislocating his shoulder. And if that happened, what makes it likely that he was able to fire the gun again? The gun is incredibly hard to control, and this kid is a 14-year-old, like, frail little thing. And how would he have been able to shoot it a second time? Are you kidding me? Bailiff, bring in Lamoir.
Lamoir, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes, she really can't see, really?
It is true. How funny is it that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world?
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamoir. Know, too, that my memories began in darkness. Word light has no meaning for Lamoir.
I see.
You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial here for him.
What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses.
Ah.
Now, Lamoir, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course, it was never my intent to deceive any of you, except that I have for many years, apparently. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. And even though we discovered that you in fact are an even bigger liar than I assumed in the first place based on your prior impeachment, now that you have given us an even more gigantic lie, I am obviously ready to believe anything you are saying. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor.
I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see.
Oh yeah, because that matters more than a murder trial. Yeah, whatever.
I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would.
She told us the truth in the beginning when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine.
What is there left to ask?
There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me.
Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Oh, you mean like the last time I beat you in a trial? Last time. Or do we all have this really short-term memory? Like Lamoir, hey-yo! Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask her about that and I'll be happy. When you say your staff, you include Mr. Latouche?
Of course, he was my manager.
So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. Do I think of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was. Mr. Lettuce told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself.
Meaning what?
There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, siren? We've heard them many times, along with the little play acting by our defense.
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer.
I mean, what he said before that. Before?
What came before that?
Ugh!
That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Too bad the defense did not. Bail her forehead? Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time.
Ugh! That face is so funny. Order, order.
Recall Lamoire's earlier testimony.
But she couldn't have heard those. She couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point here.
Hmm?
The moment he was shot, Mr. Lettuce witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness?
Ah.
But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice.
Fortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. You can't hear things through a window? Are you fucking kidding me? This is a stretch. He's just stating it like it's fact.
You've already run a simulation, of course.
You've run a simulation with a blind person? Somehow I doubt that.
But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know in an instant.
Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
The Interpol number that Mr. Lettuce left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescend, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as usual, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Roman Lettuce.
What?
Undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Lettuce himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation.
So when he wrote those letters,
he was trying to tell us his own identity. The cautious killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Lettuce was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being Lamoire's manager
was just a cover, most likely.
There's one other important detail I found.
Well, out with it.
It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Roman Lettuce. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched.
So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. The victim was an Interpol agent on undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything.
It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think.
Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out now.
Wait.
Lamoire, is something the matter?
That voice just now.
Darian?
Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him? You aren't saying...
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Lettuce when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
Is this some kind of a joke? That was cool with the guitar. I like that. What? No way. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state that the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I've never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamoire fingering Darian Crescend. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been this voice Lamoire heard? Things were changing really fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it.
Ain't no wimping out now, Apollo.
Holy shit!
Hey, Apollo.
What?
Well, you know, I'm actually nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not.
Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Not at 22, it's not.
Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking. You gave it a score. What score would you give it?
Score? G. I guess I would, or maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you.
See, it's so vague.
Clearly, Maki avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. And the victim, Mr. Lettuce. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. We don't have any idea what he was investigating.
Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Landmark told the whole court.
Are they assuming that when we get to the to be continued part, that we don't plan on playing this game for like 2 weeks? That just happened.
It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries.
I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around.
Father of the Year. What? Is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will?
I wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said.
Top secret?
Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
I can't help but think that Phoenix's whole Morpheus, you are the one, Neo, to Apollo isn't just, oh no, it isn't your ability to be able to see little minute details like that. It is your ability to watch over my child while I go take care of my business. Fine, right? Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate.
That's the spirit.
Maki may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect.
They don't have any decisive evidence.
Yeah, but only someone as smart as him could have gotten out of that room. Small, not smart. Big difference there.
Right, the air vent.
And he lied.
Lied?
Maki Tabaye can see. Yeah, they both did. Take your goddamn glasses off.
Ah, Maki.
Speak of the devil. That's a little harsh. Your client still, dude.
Looks like he's doing okay.
I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything.
Words are overrated.
That's a quote for you.
Feelings are what matter, Apollo.
It's kind of hard to build up a court case based on feelings, but since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest.
You need someone to complain to, I'll listen.
Oh, look at that face. I think she's actually worried for me.
So, what'd you think of the trial today? Whew, glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial.
Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. He's not guilty, we win. Results-based orientation is a bad way to actually grow and become better at things.
No, if he's innocent, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do.
Huh? Oh.
I'm glad Landmark testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect.
He fucking knows English. Darian of the Gavineers. The detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow the trial at all, no one told him there's a new suspect. How would he know?
Hey, what is it, Apollo?
No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
Just I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Maki, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Burgundian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. That must mean he's a liar.
Maybe it's malfunctioning, or maybe it's not mystic at all, or it's scared because you keep making those "I'm so mad" faces.
Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all he lied about?
You're curious about it. There's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
I think it'll take something big to get to him, some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki.
Ooh, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
The weather matters for an investigation?
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days?
Sure. Let's get started, shall we?
Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo.
What stuff?
Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it.
I did enough at home, thanks.
Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer.
Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today.
Assuming that all lawyers are comfortable in the courtroom, I can assure you they're not.
Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection?
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already.
Ah, Mr. Attorney.
Lamoire! I'm sorry about today.
There is nothing you need to apologize for. We're merely defending Maki.
Are you okay? Alone, I mean.
Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even while robbed of one, we get by. What does make being a witness rather difficult.
Thinking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. We weren't even talking.
It's the smell. For me, it would be the smell, not the footsteps. I can generally tell, like, somebody I'm acquainted with, at least, who it is by their smell.
I heard your footsteps several times the day before.
That's really good, though.
Oh, you must have great ears.
Ears that heard the crime taking place, or so she claimed yesterday. I think she pretty much just proved that her ears are fucking phenomenal. The voice. That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime?
I did not know his name, but I never forget the voice. I was on my way backstage from the stage.
Oh, that was awkward.
That is when I heard his voice.
I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Lettuce were talking about something?
The next moment I heard those gunshots.
Why didn't you call security?
To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. Left the scene at once.
So it really was Darian's voice that she heard.
Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was.
I met Maki before my debut as Lamoire. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia.
And he was playing the piano?
Yes, he was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Maki pretending he couldn't see?
Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut, after I became known as the landscape painter in sound.
Must have been tough for Maki, pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes.
Isn't that kind of like passive-aggressively shitting on her?
We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy.
I think I see what she's getting at. Maki would never harm a soul. Well, no fucking shit. About Mr. Lettuce.
Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So, you had no idea?
Of course not, no one did. That's what makes him a good Interpol agent.
I guess that's what it means to be undercover.
But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was.
Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand.
You have no idea?
I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why?
What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded, right. So, it could be that it's something in her past that she doesn't remember, and he's, like, trying to see if that's legit, maybe, or maybe there was something else going on. Or, couldn't it be that he, if he's the manager, he's, like, generally probably the person directing the booking, right? So, if he's a manager for a big stage act and he needed to move around internationally, that'd be a pretty easy way to do it seemingly innocuously.
The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart.
Gotta say, I find darkness in the heart kind of hot. Sog cake, oh man, in your heart?
I have no memory of the time before I became Lamoire. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days.
What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lamar is lost to me.
But I don't think you...
I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me?
Do you think your past might be related to the case?
No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamar.
I thank you, Maki. I thank you. Maki, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been.
Okay, do we have something to show her, perhaps? Well, yeah, no, you're like, can you look at this? She's just like,
No, actually, I can't.
Clavier is a very interesting prosecutor because he's not necessarily your enemy. He's he's a better representation of how attorneys and prosecutors actually work out in real life, as opposed to like the cartoonish, cartoon is a fucking anime, villains like Von Karma and Francisca. For Clavier is about finding the truth. That's what the prosecutor's supposed to be doing, as opposed to fabricating evidence just so that they can win. Yeah, all the prosecutors do tend to be attractive, except for Manfred. Good lord. That dude is very unattractive. He's also very old, so... And Payne. Yeah, Payne's not. Payne's not attractive either. An Interpol agent.
I was wondering, what is Interpol anyways?
Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals.
Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up some silly name?
Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lamar?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be.
Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying.
But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces.
Paces? What? If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something.
Bravo. A sentence I never, myself, could have constructed. Well done, game. Well done.
That's something being our case, the last something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Trucy? Was that another one of your tricks?
It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that.
I don't know. Whatever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Gramarye.
Hey, the other day, you were that douchebag that kept running into us and then rudely ran away.
We meet again. Nice to meet you for the first time. We've never met before. You just ran into us and then ran away. You dickhead. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? I'm not gonna lie. Like, just mustache smirks, where there's just the mustache and no other facial hair, kind of off-putting. I, as somebody who once just had a mustache, I know of what I speak.
It's you! Uncle Valiant!
What? Where did that come from? Sure. Why not? But why not? Just throw that in there. So, is it Phoenix's brother? Or the unnamed mother's mother? Or mother's brother? Although at this point, for all I know, Phoenix could be the fucking Virgin Mary and just immaculate birth. No idea. Yeah, how does she not recognize him? Even if my uncle just bumped into me briefly, I would know my fucking uncle. No, we have not heard the explanation yet. I'm assuming it will be. but I like shitting on how ridiculous it seems so far. Oh, I'm sure it's complicated. The explanation cannot be simple. Well, sure, some people might not have ever met their uncles, but she obviously has. And not only that, she is a very flamboyant uncle. Just doesn't add up. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle?
No, silly. It's the great Gramarye. Valent Gramarye. The Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valent Gamez, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years, to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same.
And yet she couldn't remember him. Even though his looks basically time traveled. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. Ha! Do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may steer the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. Ha 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 ha. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true.
Let's ask him about the case, Apollo.
His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm.
After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. Ah,
it's one of those types of uncles. I see. Fair enough, I had a cousin like that who's not actually a cousin, but I called him cousin because of how close we were. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Wright?
No, I mean my real daddy.
Hold on, Mr. Valent. I have a more pressing need at the moment. Please, go on, Trucy. Trucy's real father? Of course, Apollo. You knew it wasn't fucking Phoenix's daughter.
Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Gramarye.
Troop Gramarye, huh? No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life. Lamentably listless lad. Do not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valent Gramarye, the name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child.
You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park.
So this is Joe Bluth, I see. Why, he managed to make a name for himself eventually. Oh, I'd do a Will Arnett if I could do a Will Arnett, but I can't.
Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe.
And then kept it.
And then escaped from a high-security prison.
After he took all the gold. That's my headcanon. You said he is a magician? I open the locks to heart chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Gramarye. Wait. What?
What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like a duo?
A duo?
Yeah, you had a partner. Something Gramarye. Yes, Zach Gramarye. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. I wonder if that's her dad. Why is everyone so quiet?
Daddy?
Huh? Oh, no way! How'd I not put that together earlier? I don't ever show people the badge. I think somebody suggested it once and it was really funny, but I just feel like an idiot doing that. Cause I've been in this situation and I would never go, here's my bar card. And they just look at me like, yeah, it's a nice laminated card you have there. Blink. Once upon a time, the Troop Gramarye included 2 grand magicians. Flip. Spin. Myself, Valent Gramarye, and my partner, Zach Gramarye. And this Zach was...
He was my real daddy.
Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow, that sounded like a douchey apology. Let me redo that. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all.
Oh, she's precious.
You make me laugh, Apollo.
Glad that I'm good for comic relief at least. Hey, that's my role in life.
Not that I see daddy around much these days.
Yeah, what a fucking douche. S-class douche. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons. Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent.
I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? Yeah, I'm sure you're happy to see me. When I encountered you at the Coliseum the first time in 7 years, I couldn't fain contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing.
I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. I don't really care who you are.
That's a videotape?
Yes, one of the brightly colored ones. You know, that one brightly colored VHS tape you always had in your collection that wasn't black, so that you could distinguish it from the other ones. Have you ever watched a Nickelodeon VHS tape? It was normally orange, just a dreadful, dreadful color. But at the very least, I always knew where my Nickelodeon cartoon would be lined up amongst the other VHS tapes. Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I mean, you're gonna have to track the what was that shit? You'd have to track the scan lines out, like the static out. God, VHS is fucking awful. I've brought it for you, Trisha, on behalf of Troop Grammary. Will you watch it?
Her lips like sugar, her lips like sugar.
So are they the ones that like helped that illusion happen then? Because that was a sick trick. I would have been very impressed. Very impressed. Rand, I don't think you meant to be funny, but like the way I read that in my mind was fucking hysterical. Yes, that's what babysitters are. That's exactly what babysitters are. But in terms of like full like custody of the child, there would have to be a court order in place for that to be that's the arrangement that you would want. Because if you're a stranger and you don't have a court order for it, first of all, the parents decided they want the child back, that could suddenly be kidnapping. And if you don't have like the legal authority, then you can't really do too much with school. You can't do too much with any medical work. Like that's all problematic if you don't have a legal document stating that you have custody of a child. Adoption papers, foster parents can do the same thing. They have their own set of papers that give them authority, certain authorities. Generally, foster parents, you'll find that they have some limitations to what they do that parents that have adopted do not. Because once somebody has been adopted, they are your legal parents. Your prior parents, not your legal parents anymore. They have no say in anything. When a kid's in foster care, though, the other parents are still, the biological parents are still legally the child's parents. So there can be limitations there.
Wow, it's almost as good as it was live.
No, it's a VHS tape. No, it's not.
So what's the word? Mysterious.
There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ah ha 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 ha! This Valent Grammary has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there.
I didn't see a stunt.
What about Landmore vanishing and reappearing?
Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, I just assume people can tell. I see teleportation happening, and I'm like, yeah, that seems right.
So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. My favorite spells in Pathfinder. Monochrome of magic for me, to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, I'm like a deity, with the stage as my domain. Pump the brakes there, old man. I suffer no mysteries upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. I hate that sentence. I hate that sentence so much. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done?
Hey now,
Trucy?
that's like totally against the rules, Apollo.
Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Yeah, for real. Unknown for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. After my illusion entranced the audience. Entrance the audience. Yeah, that's a word. Oh, don't even ask. I won't answer. Well, I have this subpoena. So if you don't answer, you'll be contempt of court. Well, then I'll just go to jail. That's what I would expect from him.
Too bad for you, Apollo.
And for everyone in the murder trial. Grr, whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grammary, might now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no reason to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not, I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you'd call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. They intentionally did that wrong, right? See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. But instead he says, see you later, crocodile. Ugh. Ugh. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally.
Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking.
Right. Valiant Grammary. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamar disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. Alright, so that's what we needed, I'm assuming. Let's go to the Coliseum. I'm assuming we go talk to Lamar now. Does she have something to say about this? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. No, it wasn't. Again, it's VHS.
Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off.
Illusion?
When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember?
Yes, apparently they hired a professional magician.
Valiant Grammary. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done?
I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammary made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that.
Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know.
I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yes?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? You mean this?
That's been lying there since the day before yesterday.
Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What? What did you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert.
I wonder whose this is.
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold onto it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you.
So can I put it on?
Only if you clear out your earwax.
Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo.
Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Can I ask you about this headset, Lamar? You said that all the concert staff were wearing one?
That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all of the band members, too, I should think.
The Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too. His lackeys, Jesus Christ, dude.
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline.
So why was this one lying here?
Nom 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 nom. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. God damn it, fucking... What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstained Mr. Latusla? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh?
That bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all.
Now we know that Mr. Latus was really with Interpol.
We wouldn't have found that out without you.
I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackers popular down at the precinct or something?
I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again.
Be my guest. You're not gonna find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Alright. This might be jumping the gun, but I have a strong feeling that Emma's gonna leapfrog Gumshoe in the next tier list. Strong suspicion.
Something strange?
I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?
How?
I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year.
If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver.
That's not how it sounded in Lamort's testimony.
You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene?
That's right.
Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? That's a very good question. We do, it's just we never get those cases. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Is that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean?
I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped ring was stolen. Then Lamor flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latus's life. And he went up into the sky with the guitar, well, 30 feet up at least.
It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence.
I know, and I found it.
You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me. I'm just the defense attorney. I didn't do it. I'm just a witness. Neither did I. Couldn't fit through that air vent anyway.
What? You all think I did it?
Sometimes I worry about that girl.
So what did you find?
It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa.
What is it?
Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna.
Oh, like on a
beetle? What's wrong with you, Trucy? You just have like a brain aneurysm? Like on a cell phone, this device must use an electronic signal of some sort.
Electronic signal, you say? Huh. That song, isn't that the one Lamar was singing?
Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade.
Oh, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this.
I'd come to see that.
The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air.
Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician?
Oh! That's right. I was a magician, wasn't I?
Some dedication. Aha, if it isn't Miss Trucy. And indeed it is.
Uncle Valent!
What exactly are you doing here? Even though you told us that's exactly where you'd be going. I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss, miss.
The Lamar teleportation illusion, oh!
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troupe. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valiant can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamar's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed. The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream." Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel.
People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of true Gramarye are concerned.
So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me.
It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks.
I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort?
Actually, yes, you're right.
Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo.
Or everyone tells him that and he made a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Gramarye. It was he who began the great troupe Gramarye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
I do have a vague memory of something like that on TV. You were 2 years old.
Yet, several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket.
Oh, God. When you start playing supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble.
We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramarye, but for my partner.
Your partner? You mean...
Yes, Zach Gramarye.
Lucy's father.
Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Gramarye. Our founder, Magnifi Gramarye, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that one jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again?
Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought.
While it would be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars in the Gramarye crown.
Cool, huh? And Zach Gramarye was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Jack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
It's true, sir. You cannot grow up quickly enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up.
How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time?
That's one big piano. I've never actually played one.
Yeah. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime.
No good. He can't play either.
I kind of feel bad for the guy now.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew!
Did you make that noise just now?
Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. I'm gonna take a look under the hood. Huh? Look, this is stuck between the strings. It's like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Wait, yeah. Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter.
The transmitter?
You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch.
Youch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire!
What's the big idea? Ah! Well, now we know what this is, an igniter.
This part here must work like a lighter.
It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. It's interesting, though. If it was his guitar that burned and the igniter was in the guitar, how did it get down here? Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case.
Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience.
What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. It says you. You weren't the one holding it.
There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Ha 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 ha! Get it? Sexual tension.
Anyway. Don't anyway that, man. Emma's probably the best you could ever do in your life. Now that we know this is a remote for a lighter, let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet.
The transmitter, huh?
Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lamoire's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. At least the front part of it. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on the stage. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. That's literally what we're doing right now. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later.
Good luck.
I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. There were two of them and both were to be set off when the switch was pressed. Yeah, I would think that that igniter would have to be a different one than the one that was in the guitar, right? I mean, as far as I can tell, Emma still wants Phoenix's dick. It's just now she's old enough to actually try to go for it. Yeah, she hates him. And not in like a, oh, she hates him because she likes him sort of thing. No, she just dislikes the guy. Phoenix and Maya, I think that's probably the best ship. Because these games aren't really about shipping, right? But you can make your own speculation. Just that romance is not a heavy part of this game unless it's like central to the plot of the murder. But with the main characters themselves, it's not really something. Like their focus is the job, not something else. But I think Maya and Phoenix are probably the best ship. I was originally shipping Edgeworth and Francisca, but then I found out that their relationship is more like brother-sister, so that's not really a thing. She was all over Edgeworth, but do you remember what happened when we met her in the second case? All she could fucking talk about initially was Phoenix. Like she kept, man, now he's this, now he's that. Man, she is pining for him. Like she came back, it sounded like specifically because she hoped she would work with him again. So it's gross from Phoenix's perspective. It's not really gross from Emma's perspective because it's just like, so when I was 12, 13, 14, I had a huge celebrity crush on Mariah Carey. Once I turned 21 and if I wanted to fuck Mariah Carey, would I think that it's weird? No. It's probably kind of weird from her perspective, but like, even though it's just kind of like and I know it's a little different because you're talking about somebody who had a relationship when they were younger, but it's also possible that she always kind of had a thing for him. And now that she's older, because you'd have to say the same thing was true about Maya then. And Maya and Phoenix can't be a ship, right? Because he knew her when she was underage. She was Legal and Justice for All, but not in Ace Attorney. Well, I mean, I don't really care about better ships for Emma because I don't know what they are. So to me, that's not a really a relevant thing right now. I can't speculate on who I don't know. I don't know. Ships, man. Ships. That's slander. That's what happens when we start talking ships. That's slander. Yes, we can cake Maya now. Anyways, PJ, caking is, consider it kind of an inside thing on the channel. It was slang used by, I'm not sure if it was ever used outside of our friend group, but our friend group used that as code when we were talking about, it wasn't even code. It's just something we just used when we were talking about courting a potential significant other, a romantic interest. We would say if we're gonna, caking is like flirting and actively courting that person. Nothing really perverted about it at all, unless you think flirting and courting someone is perverted, which is ridiculous, right? That would be dumb. But yeah, like I said, it's just slang my friend group used, so I started using it on stream. I think during the first Ace Attorney game, actually. I think that's when I first got into that. It's because I was talking about Phoenix and Mia, and then I got the elbow drop by that game in Chapter 2. You've heard all the shit. What, from other fans? That doesn't mean anything. All it is speculation from other fans who are also could be flawed in their observations. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that your logic's not very good in the rebuttal. Not that it even matters, because again, I don't even really care. I'm not really shipping Phoenix with Emma. Just that was my observation. What? Gonna laugh at the murder?
Darian!
That old hag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be a suspect, Forehead.
Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he?
Well, he is a suspect for murder. Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid, rock solid.
So about your alibi.
You don't have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set.
That's right. Music was blaring when we heard those gunshots and found Mr. Latouche dead.
I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamwar's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Yeah, just shift it off to somebody else instead of just absorbing it and moving along. Jesus Christ. Go yell at her, not me.
Man, I never even talked to that windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low until the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud?
He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board?
He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much.
Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely.
Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I?
The data on the victims should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally.
Follow, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Why? Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Thank you very much.
Am I the only one who's... I am probably the only one who sees something in this, but am I the only one who sees something weird in him stroking his phallic hair?
Ugh. And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait.
Yes?
What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well?
Great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
Let's not talk to him anymore, alright?
Detective Darien Crescent. Oh! Oh, I guess it's a music studio, not really, it's not really meant to be the office of a lawyer. Is that filing cabinet? Like, how shallow is this filing cabinet? Okay, that seems impractical, but...
So this is it. The governor's head office.
Not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. I would say it's the opposite. It's the band's office that they just happen to do some prosecution work in.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet-like.
Bookshelf. That thing on the speakers? It's the only bookshelf I see.
Why, we'd just be waiting, quietly, so he didn't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band?
She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. Oh, bird.
What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yes, Latouche.
Latouche.
Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Darien. Huh?
Hiya!
Tee, just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad?
Huh, I'm never mad except for when I am. How could I be? There's not enough tee in the world in any case. Have a seat.
Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist.
Watch and learn, Apollo.
It doesn't look like he brings his band here, but it does look like he mixes stuff and comes up with tunes. I mean, just like look at the chair with the piano on it. Why else would that be a thing? I don't think he just plays music for fun there. I think this is part of his lab, so to speak, his music lab. But no, this room looks like it would have terrible acoustics to like actually record something. Wood floors, there's no sound baffles on the wall. Like, is that glass there?
So, what have you come to see?
Huh?
Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gavinians, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom?
What do you think he means, Apollo?
I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case.
Which way to go? Oh, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes. I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, have forehead?
I read the funnies.
Then you will not have seen this.
Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know?
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Yeah, no shit. Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea.
Hey, fuck off, Trucy. You're just defending our client. Is that a newspaper over there too?
Ah yes, the Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look.
Thanks, but I can't read Borginian.
Oh, that's right. Huh. Plebeian. Suffice to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song.
Probably no one in Virginia can believe it.
It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalists didn't see the need to mention it.
That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself.
Lamor's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darien step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum.
Lamor was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case quickly, if possible.
I really love that song. It had such a great atmosphere to it.
You co-wrote it with Lamor, if I remember correctly.
That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
And that's when you heard Lamor's voice?
It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her, so I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout.
I think it's more because of his music, right? I think he's sort of a special case, Jersey.
Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Maki on piano, that dulcet voice. and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamoire.
Music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say.
It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there.
You mean this charred lump?
Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's only brown, not really charred.
No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. It happened during that song anyway. Why does guitar suddenly catch on fire?
You think you can show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar?
I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this.
That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing.
Intriguing? How's that guitar tie into everything that went on?
Sounds like something we should ask about.
Sure.
What's that on the plate there?
Is that gum?
Gum?
Maybe he was chewing on it when the phone rang. They put it on the plate for later consumption.
You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick?
Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I?
What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic?
Wait, that phone call.
Dude, we just heard this. Yes, Keith. Actually, I am a part of an entertainment organization with entertainment lawyers specifically. And we've all done copyright work. And 2 or 3 of them are like actively in a band. And you can tell that it really helps. It helps them on 2 levels. Helps them with networking, because they'll know people I won't, because I don't know people in bands besides them. And it helps because there are some technical aspects of copyright and music that they would be better at than I would. Not that I couldn't do it, it's just that there are certain things in which one person will have a bit more insight in than another. Like, yeah, so, when I very first started, I had just the one case, right, until I got more and more and more. But the thing is that not all those cases are active at any given point in time. It'll also depend on what kind of law you're doing. So I do a lot of immigration. So what happens with immigration is that there's a lot of work up front. You file the immigration paperwork and you don't hear anything for a long time. So that person it's a client, it's an active case, but it's in standstill mode where you're not really doing it. There's nothing for you to do. So then you take that time to work on other cases. And also keep in mind that in most legal systems, trials don't happen the next day after somebody gets accused. So you might not have a criminal trial, a criminal felony trial for months. Probably won't have it for months unless they request speedy trial. You might not have a trial for months, in which case you're not going to spend all X of that time on one case. You're going to be doing several different cases at once. Yeah. If you only had 3, well, that's not even it. If you had to immediately jump on a case because the trial starts the next day, that's what's more important. Because some trials are half a day. I've been in a trial that was only scheduled for an hour and a half. Yeah, but it's not just an initial court hearing, it is a trial. So I don't think it can be brushed aside like that. Like, I don't get when people say, oh, it's just the initial court hearing. Nah. It's obviously more than that. And even in the United States, when something can go higher, I don't know how it works in Japan. I don't know if the higher court looks at the cases de novo or not. But in the US, a lot of times what happens in the lowest court, like the ultimate verdict, very rarely can they actually appeal to a higher court based on the merits of the case. That's not generally what appeals are for. So it's not like you can just redo the trial in appeals court. In real life, if I have a trial that's all day, they start at 8:30 here. I'm sure that depends on your jurisdiction, though. Because it seems like these are generally scheduled for all day. But where I practice, so I might have a trial scheduled at 8:30, but they'll double book with another hearing that they expect to go kind of fast at 8:30. So they'll take that hearing first, we'll wait, and then that hearing will be done, and then we get in. So it might not even start at the time that it says that it's going to start if it's double booked. Yeah, I mean, I've been in a trial where we didn't get out until, again, I mentioned this before, they don't have to end at 5:36 like a normal workday. The judge can go longer if the judge so decides that he wants to. That can happen. It has not happened to me. I have been in court all day, like from 8:30 to 5:36-ish. So the judge only having 4-hour trials, which is not even 4 hours because they break for lunch. So the trials are generally around 3 hours. Like, that's pretty cushy judging on that day. We don't have these 10 to 2 is generally what happens sort of thing. It's like that's the norm for intense murder trials. Judges are much more likely to take breaks if there is a jury present versus a bench trial, just because judges try to take the jury's limitations in terms of focus into consideration. The attorneys are going to be focused. Is a juror going to sit there as somebody who's forced to be there? Is their focus going to be, sharp if they're not given breaks? Probably not. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche?
Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who, us? No. I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to.
Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter.
To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after.
This lump?
Do you mind telling us what you do know about it?
No. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemoire.
How did it end up here?
She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Virginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemoire's studio. I used a special shipping service available for transporting the evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout.
I still think he's a special case.
Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned.
What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar?
That's right. What was that all about?
Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole.
Ah, so that's what it's called.
Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however, so he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else.
Odd, that device looks strangely familiar. This is when I really get frustrated with these games. It's not like this is a device that we found at the very beginning of the case that we might need a refresher on. We just found it. Don't treat us like we're idiots. Don't treat the characters like they're idiots. That's frustrating.
This was found in Mr. Latouche's bag. It's apparently a replica of something.
A replica?
A small lump about 1.5 inches long. Or it's a small replica about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of.
You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after?
That seems to be the most logical explanation.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me for that.
Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you can just say so.
I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain.
Oh?
Something Interpol doesn't want to tell Virginia. Something about this little piece of plastic.
Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to become Lamar's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. That's intense.
I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lamoire. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Borginian.
How about we go there? Bye-bye. So, to your question about the scheduling trials, they'll normally schedule trials for straight days in advance. Very, very rarely will they say, all right, we're suspending proceedings for now and then doing stuff the next day? Because the court calendars are packed. They have to plan them in advance. They can't just say, okay, we'll just toss everything aside for tomorrow. Actually, they can, but they don't like doing that. Toss everything aside and say, all right, we're throwing out all the cases that were scheduled for tomorrow. We're rescheduling all of them, and we're all coming back in. That doesn't happen too often. You might see, like, they'll suspend proceedings, and the next hearing won't be for a month, and then the jury's going to get sequestered. They can't, like, they're essentially locked in the hotel room, cut off from the outside so that they don't communicate anything about what's, there's no communication with them that could potentially taint their opinion on what's happening. So that can happen where the court's like, we're not going to, if it's not scheduled for tomorrow, I'm not going to have us come back tomorrow for this case. Other things are scheduled. We're going to have to schedule this out now further out. But again, criminal cases are a bit of an exception because you do have the right to a speedy trial in the United States. So that throws a wrench into scheduling sometimes, or they might have to figure that out. This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lamar went off to.
I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. It could be that Clavier just told us that he was getting somebody to go get her, so she might have just gone back to the prosecutor. Fucking God! I need to calm myself with a macaroon. I feel Emma's pain now.
I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little.
Well, yeah, she's a blind person who doesn't have her normal escort with her. Yeah, we haven't shown him that or the remote. Has to be one of these.
What is it, Apollo?
That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter.
Another one?
Oh, that's right. That's what happened. They pissed me off so much that I completely lost my train of thought. It was at the crime scene in Lamoire's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Herr Forehead. Thanks. Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. It's literally what happens in the United States every case. Perhaps you're just a tad naive, hmm? I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating.
Hey, that's right!
I've been thinking, Herr Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside, and I keep a simple goal to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? Literally what all prosecutors should have been doing from the first place. That is all. I can live with that.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Fräulein?
Can I ask you why you sing in a band?
Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Okay, you fucking nympho. God damn, dude. That was very straightforward. I'll give you respect for that.
Why are you in a band?
It's because I want to fuck everything with a pair of tits. Jesus Christ, dude. Relax. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamoire is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange.
What's strange?
I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamoire's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. How many prosecutors can go home and have a drink with the defense attorneys at happy hour that afternoon? I mean, I know some that could. Oh my. Huh?
The stage is pitch dark.
The power breaker must be off for this section. Great.
I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was really dark out there.
What, she get somebody that quick? Or it's just that was the timing of it? Dark, that's all Lamar has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness?
Hey, Apollo,
Huh? What?
doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like something's changed?
Changed?
Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me.
Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about?
Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before?
Huh, I guess someone closed it.
Wait, look. Where the case closes.
Where the case closes. This must be the decisive evidence. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's...
Let's open it, Apollo.
Oh my god.
Lamar! Lamar!
Emma, we have to get Emma. Lamar was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days, too many.
Emma, how's Lamar? Is she okay?
Ah, you. We all you a big thanks, that's for sure. Well, we can start by not greeting me with you. That'd be great.
So, she's okay?
Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her right before it was too late.
That's good to hear.
So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know.
But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh.
Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lamar!
Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? Yeah, let's hope she's not interacting with that one dude.
Yes, Lamar. Yes. What a pretty one she is. Yes. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone come to see me. But they said nothing. And I went to return to my dressing room.
You were hit?
I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me.
Ah!
It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I'd reached the stage first.
Why the stage?
I'd overheard maintenance people talking. Power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work.
Ah!
Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid.
Okay, so she put herself in there. That makes sense. I was like, why would a person try to kill her, not successfully do it, and then just hide her in there? So the assailant couldn't see you.
Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out.
Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Yeah, she probably had a concussion and then passed out. That is dangerous. You have any idea who it might have been? I mean, you can identify people based on their fucking footsteps, after all.
Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word.
Too bad. Too bad, so sad.
Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am.
Good point. She's sharp.
And you're much taller than I am.
She is supposed to be like a little taller, right, than average height, I'm guessing. It seems that way.
You're about as tall as Apollo.
So that means it was likely an adult, and probably a man. I mean, I guess, statistically speaking, that would be true. Could it be him?
Why would anyone attack you, Lamar?
The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer I give to you. I do not know.
Ah, Lamar, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? Are you gonna let her hold it, or are you just like showing it to her?
This is what?
Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after.
It was after?
In his secret identity. As an undercover agent.
So that's what he was doing.
You mean, you know what?
Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, the convincing replica thereof.
Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? That's not a Borginian cocoon. I know all about every cocoon in every culture and across the world. Like, What's his expectation there?
Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir?
I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these.
It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it?
I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say.
Thought she said all in Borginia knew of these.
There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know.
What's that?
The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be
Put to God damn!
They will be put to death.
To death? Why?
I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason.
This is just a piece of plastic.
He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess.
So that's what he was up to?
Tracking down Virginian cocoon smuggling.
Smuggling.
It seems I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world.
Ah, so you could have brought those Virginian cocoons with you.
Why the fuck would she need to smuggle anything if she's a famous singer? You'd think she'd make enough money.
My trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside.
Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latus wasn't a Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means...
What, Apollo?
Well, there must have been some reason other countries didn't want the cocoons out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Ah, like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latus had Lamar marked. It couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamar.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power.
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian.
Apollo?
Would you come with us if you're well enough?
I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Maki, we came to talk to you about the case.
Maki.
Could you interpret for us, Lamar?
Yes.
Maki, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. We still thought you were blind.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Maki, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret?
What do I mean by secret? Well, the fuck am I supposed to show them? This? If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Hey, you got a reaction, a big one.
Maki, you didn't.
Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about.
Lamar, please interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it.
Leaf. All fours. Monkey. Egyptian hieroglyphics. Tree. Scarab. Scissors.
He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty.
Maki? Goat? Something? Squid? Scarab? Arrow? Something? Cobra? Scarab? Arrow?
Do you know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it. Scissors. Water. Person. Leaf. Cobra. Musical note. Running person. Scarab.
Very well.
What is this cocoon anyway? Goat, cobra, Egyptian hieroglyphics, tree, scissors, cobra.
The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
A cure?
It must cure some disease.
Jellyfish. Tree. Arrow. Hieroglyphics.
Flower, goat.
Scarab. Running person. Leaf. Arrow.
It is a cure for incuritis. Might as well put that one up there with pretendinitis. You just need it. Unobtainium. Yeah, exactly. A cure for incuritis?
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine.
I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latus is after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Maki...
Maki, you weren't.
He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. And little.
You said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape.
Now, Maki, are you a smuggler? Tree. Jellyfish. Scissors. Cobra. Tree. Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Goats, Egyptian hieroglyphics. Scissors, leaf, hieroglyphics, jellyfish, musical note, on all fours. Person, cobra. Musical note, scarab, arrow. He won't tell me.
First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Maki really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale?
Arrow, tree, cobra, scissors, flower, tree, hieroglyphics.
I can't go home.
Can't go home. Leaf, musical note, run, scissors, tree, hieroglyphics. Scissors, water, person, leaf, tree, goat, hieroglyphics, leaf, scissors, tree, hieroglyphics.
I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death.
That's right, it's punishable by death.
Leaf, tree, hieroglyphics, musical note.
About the case. What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latus's death? This meeting's over. No, you can't actually do that.
Darian?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet.
There's a call from Maki from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry.
Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that.
Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Darian, wait.
I never liked you. Either of you.
Huh? What a douchebag.
Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo, smile.
He didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say.
Apollo.
And there can only be one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Yeah, it's definitely Darian. Like, where he knows who did it. I don't like you either. That was the perfect response. You best be careful. I'm wanted the death penalty in 12 systems. Well, I'll be careful. You'll be dead.
This little one's not worth your trouble. Please, come. Let me buy you a drink. Now this is it.
Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday, where it did not go down. And I think I know why. It's time to bring down a little justice. Eek! What was that? He is heard but unseen.
Who's that talking?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Valet Gamery! Using the door like an average muggle, no less.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valet?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Bravo. Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. Fair? Before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Truthy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. Wow. He poofed out of there.
And there he goes.
You sure seem happy about that illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. A big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually involves putting up things or the Eiffel Tower, anything really.
So he was talking about what we saw at the concert.
Landmark's disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by being at the root of all that happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir. Yes? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. This is really nice because when the court was running late, for us, we would never be told when there would be an estimated start time. It'd just be, well, you better wait until it's time to start. Because sometimes you'd be waiting for an hour, hour and a half. I waited once 2.5 hours for a hearing to start, which sucks for the client because I had to charge for all that time. Because I could have been doing something else, so I'm not charging for that time. Somebody might see that as scummy, but I'm literally there. I'm usually working on presentation anyways. I'm not just sitting there on my phone like, man, it sure is nice to make X amount of dollars an hour just going through my Facebook feed while I'm waiting for court to start for preparation that I've already done and will not look over again just to refresh myself. So that's not really a thing that happens, but oh, is that frustrating. And it normally screwed up. Our schedules are tight. Well, when you're a litigator, your schedules are tight. Since I'm not a litigator anymore, my schedule is more flexible, but when you were a litigator, you had other court hearings that you had scheduled. And you were like, you would have to have that court call the other court and tell them, hey, sorry, we're fucking running behind. He's gonna be a little late because of, this because of this hearing that still needs to take place. I know somebody. You could tell she was a pro. She had a great sense of time. It was good. We were running late, and she's like, man, I have another hearing in we've been waiting there for, I think, like a half hour already. She's like, I got another hearing in 15 minutes. You know what? I think I'm fine. I'm just going to go there and take care of that hearing, and then I'll be back. And I'm like, that's going to take you at least you're just going to the other building. So about a 10-minute walk, get up to the 4th floor, get your hearing done in maybe 15 minutes, assuming it's just a status hearing, come back down another 10 minutes. So you're looking at least 35 to 40 minutes. You think it's going to be that much longer? Oh yeah, it was an hour, so she got there and back in time for the hearing that was on hold. Some people are just good at doing that. I never was. I was way too paranoid about suddenly not being there and the hearing was starting, and then I'd be in trouble for that. How often are hearings late? When I litigated, they were mostly late. There's a distinction that needs to be made. There is one county where I practiced and every single case had its own time. There was another county where I practiced where all cases would be in this one lump of time. And it started based on when you got there and checked in. First come, first served basis. Because they had more cases clumped together, those judges tend to get you in and out faster. So even though it seemed like, in theory, you could have waited there for the longest time and had been at the end of the line, you generally got in and out of there fairly quickly. And I guess technically those hearings aren't ever late because you're within the block of time, right? So, huh? Did something happen? This is a first. Yeah, the judge is late. Shrug. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. Oh yeah, the Chief Justice's son. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning.
Chief Justice's son.
Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper that I have for you for some reason. You care to read about it yourself. Wow, what an informative bailiff. So, we're guessing that this incuritis is what the Chief Justice's son has, right? And they were the ones that were gonna buy it off of Maki. Incuritis, where have I heard that before? Did I hear about that less than 24 hours ago? God damn it, Apollo.
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. I forgot that there were TV guide pages in the newspapers. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again?
Makitobe. Our suspect Fortissimo? Our suspect Fortissimo.
Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready to rock.
Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Incuritis, was it? That article said there is no known cure.
Here, Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time to shed for tears.
Let me just stop you for a second there. Clavier, you do not know my pain. Don't pretend to understand you know my... I hate when people do that.
Now is the time for law.
Indeed, we left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darien Crescent is a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges.
And your reason is?
Aren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lemoir, and Maki, along with a drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lemoir and the defendant, Maki Tobaye, left the stage at that point, and the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo, you heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, Lemoir herself mentioned witnessed the moments of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. Just a little blind humor here. When she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
If that's impossible, Detective Crescent was...
Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Flawed, but groove nonetheless. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears there's no objection. I believe we can safely say that Darien Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lemoir was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict.
Well, God, I hate when he does this. The evidentiary portion of the hearing isn't closed. You have to ask us if we have anything else to present before just assuming that. Ugh. God. Procedurally, this judge is just a fucking mess.
If indeed there are no objections.
Apollo, if he declares a verdict now.
But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lemoir might have been lying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait,
Well, yesterday in the detention center. Maki was trying to tell us something. I know it, obviously. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath. Oh God, this is a gambit and a half, but I guess he doesn't have much to lose at this point. Very well, the court finds the defendant. What was his name again? Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Maki or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. Who fucking cares? Get him a goddamn interpreter. Are you telling me, or do you mean to tell me, in your fictional-ass country, people that don't speak English don't have a right to properly defend themselves because you don't provide them with interpreters? This isn't the judge's fault. This isn't on the judge. This is on the system. He is merely following the dumbass system here. If you're in the United States and this happened, you demand a court-ordered interpreter. I'm guessing Lamwar is going to interpret, but there's a problem with that. You want a certified interpreter. If I'm the prosecution, I would no, you can't just have anybody interpret. Somebody that especially somebody that has a personal relationship with the defendant. Well, we'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as "I love you" and "Where's the toilet?" No, you moron. The defense would like to request Lamwar as the interpreter. Why the fuck would I have my opposing counsel be the interpreter? Lamwar, but there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. A very reasonable concern. That's why you have a certified translator do it. And if it can't be done right then and there, the court better fucking adjourn until they can get one. Although, in almost all circumstances, the court will have already made arrangements for that to happen. But you know, this court's a mess, so. But she'd be interpreting for the defendants. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Herr Forehead. Now, Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamwar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. That seems to be in direct conflict with what you just said. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant Lamwar to the witness stand. Hey, dual people. I don't think we've had that before, right? Suppose this is the first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lamwar.
Yes. He says Maki Tobaye, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Is Apollo like the dude who puts a buck into a soda machine, presses Coke, and when a Coke comes out, he's like, yeah, got the Coke that I wanted. And then struts out of the room? Like, okay. Small victories, the small victories. Huh? If I would, what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. You actually did think that far. In the flashback, you were thinking specifically about what he wanted to tell you. So ask him about, oh my God. Okay, no, that's different. You got a bonus Coke. That is something to celebrate. That's like, if you, well, okay, I was gonna, this might not be a great example either, just because McDonald's can fuck up, right? They've been known to fuck up every so often. It's like ordering a 10-piece chicken nugget, opening the box, counting that there are 10, and being like, fuck yeah. So far, so good. Do they got the barbecue sauce? Everything's coming up Twain today. You wouldn't do that. But if you open the chicken nugget box and suddenly there are 11, well then yes, you do fist pump because you got free nugget. It's so frustrating because it would be a little different at least if it wasn't the main character suffering from these problems, because you as a player need to feel like your character, the person you are playing as, is experiencing growth. And I think that was one of the weakest parts of the original trilogy is that Phoenix essentially was dependent on like some form or another of magic for the first 2 3/4 of the games. Instead of like, he was obviously good and should have just got that confidence to know that he's a good attorney. We've had we've had 2 cases with Apollo where he's been very competent, or he's won the cases, so he should be like, hey, I'm confident, maybe I'm growing. Instead of just like, oh, what was I just thinking about before I called my witness up? It's just, that's the frustrating part.
Apollo, you fucking moron! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
Yes. But the 15-year-old who didn't even hear my thoughts, or maybe she is. Maybe this is another Maya Phoenix situation where they're telepathic. They're not, but it seemed like they were. I would think to myself, and suddenly Maya would be like, yeah, you're right about that, Phoenix. And I'm like, how do you know what I said? How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me, a moment if I might speak.
Yes, Lamoire?
Just now, Maki said there is something about which he wishes to testify.
Maki wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Lamoire?
According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence.
What? This is a surprise?
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it!
This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. It means that I'm gonna have to sit here and shit on my client's evidence because that's what the game wants me to do. Because allegedly, truth matters more than defending your client to the best of your ability. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Maki. Please testify to the court.
Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. If the killing truly follows the lyrics of my song, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
Could have translated the lyrics from Borginian to English. Did she write them originally in English? Or that doesn't... It's not the strongest evidence I've ever heard. Just put it that way. See, he wouldn't have understood the English lyrics of the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamoire to know the meaning of that song. Lamoire, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamoire might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. Now I have to shit on my client. With my bracelet. Were Maki and Mr. Latus close?
Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together.
Lamoire, this is Maki's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. He's right.
I understand.
Prosecutor Gavin's tough. He's really tough.
Maki says he was very good friends with Mr. Latus. Mr. Latus was always a gentle man, never angry. We got along quite well. Never dreamed something like this would happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Gotcha! Maki. You can't fool my eyes or my bracelet. Glanced toward her the very moment Lamoire said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course you can't. Are scissors, tree, person, hieroglyphics, question mark? Musical note running. cobra, jellyfish, leaf, on all fours, tree, musical note, scarab?
Musical note. Goat. Tree. Scarab. Scissors. Arrow. Bug. Fish. Leaf. Tree. Cobra. Running. On all fours. Must he continue this charade?
Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all.
What? Give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol for existence, for instance?
Well, yeah, but...
I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
You've always been such a suspicious-minded dad. It's simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. You read about it in the newspaper.
The newspaper?
Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden.
Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. They didn't go into detail. They just said that it happened. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics.
What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. Shit! I don't know. What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes?
Well, then why wouldn't he have just said that?
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself.
So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself.
Maki says... He says...
Yes?
It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember? I mean, all the other fucking witnesses do that. Why not him?
He says he heard of the lyrics from me.
What? Is this true, Lamoire?
Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
Oh, God. Oh, dear. Oh, we just plumb forgot about it.
Then it looks like your forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes. No! I was onto something, I know it. Can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. Client, defendant's rights and all that, I suppose.
Understand.
Due process and all that nonsense. Gonna have a different tick. Yep.
Gotcha!
Lamoire. I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lamoire, are you indeed protecting someone?
That's not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lamoire, you're protecting... Lamoire, you are protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you, but you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamoire lying on your behalf. This is going to work. You have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ugh! Ugh! Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamour? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is last.
Maki, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either.
I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there was voice. Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Maki went to the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Panel high up. I take off. Run away. Run away.
That's too much like Trucy. So it was you who escaped through that air vent.
As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I found that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime.
This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Actually, it can mean many other things than that. Mr. Simpleton. Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no. Of course there is. That cocoon has to have something to do with this.
Maki, please, tell us the truth for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. I thought for sure he'd go, I see no other course but to render a verdict right now. And instead he goes to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so we might proceed.
Very reasonable.
Apollo Eustace.
That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Just an incredibly poorly put together and thought out sentence there, Mr. Justice.
Believe. I know shooting.
Maki claims Mr. Latus was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear revolver close, very close. Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it is true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latus already dead and then you heard shots? If that's true.
No, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots.
And you escaped through the air vent.
I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if by opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means?
Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo.
Yeah. But how'd you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me.
Magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latus.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not. How clever. How incredibly clever, Apollo.
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me.
I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do?
You sure you won't testify, Maki?
I know talking, no.
Well, it was worth a shot.
That cocoon. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan?
Maki won't testify it. We'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
Well, Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Not really, but we had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What?
Shame in here. I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. Different angle? Maki won't testify. Then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamoir. Lamoir? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamoir's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can— Lamoir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamoir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamoir? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamoir's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. If Lamoir was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in the testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamoir's testimony once more.
Lamoir, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent. And I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's reveal your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes?
That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly yet, but I do know there's something there.
There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. There was the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept going past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I'm sorry, I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yes, everything I have said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamoir was attacked because of this testimony. What? Drucy?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
Darian Crescent? I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the time was closed? Is that why? Of course.
Although if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. No need. Lemwar, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I've given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue we've been waiting for. Well, what'd he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I felt it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony.
Maybe, Apollo?
Do we present the... This doesn't seem like this part we would... Like, normally this is where you would present the evidence, but this doesn't necessarily... Oh, I was right initially. It threw me off because then they started talking about the other stuff, but... Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. It's also weird to object to her testimony and then do this. What exactly are you objecting to? Not really objecting to anything. You're trying to reinforce that what she heard is probably correct, and this shows what it could have been. That's just weird. I don't like how the game does that sometimes. It's very rigid in the way that it does things, so then in situations like this, it's just awkward. Procedurally awkward. I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage. Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Lemwar heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, Herr Forehead? I'd call that an impossibility.
Why?
It's hardly necessary for me to remind the courts of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemwar's dressing room. Not to mention that the governor is in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Herr Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard.
Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it out for you? God, spare me, Apollo. It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room. The headset! Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Turn my head for one goddamn second. Suddenly there's this iPhone 25. This is a type of transmitter, communications device. Communications device? What are those words? From what wait, what? Everyone was on stage wearing one of these, isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, actually. Therefore, talking between band members. We all had one on.
Do you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple?
True, but wait! Those send out electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, the range is quite limited.
Lemwar said it was about 30 feet, right?
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert form. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So when Lanoir heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. Ah, you're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch.
Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Actually, we do. We just didn't tell you. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo?
We know about this switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah?
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? Oh, that's that. That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone would ever look like that? What phone looks like that? There we go. Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yeah! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. My whiskers had caught fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware if such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Virginia from Lanoir. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Hey, forehead? Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lanoir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Hey, forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? Can you stop being condescending and actually explain your fucking self for once in your goddamn life? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
Ah, that's right, of course.
That's because that's when he was killed. God.
The guitar caught fire during Lanoir's song.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must be what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard the shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar bursts into flames. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
Hey, he's right, look. The bullet's supposed to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyways? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. Reverse, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to have come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. That would also make sense why he died a lot sooner, considering that the wounds apparently weren't super serious, but basically he died from bleeding out. But like, if it just happened, wouldn't we have more time to like save him? Instead of just like, if he had been laying there for a while, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Order, order, order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song, but I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Herr Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. The time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamour have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamour's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice.
What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look. What do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't be all coincidence. How do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamour heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Lamour heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamour able to hear the voice? She has divine hearing. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. Is that an... Are you being ethnists here? Would that be racist? Ethnists? Whatever. Were you just insulting their entire country? As I was saying, Lamour could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. The she heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You two amuse me so. Yeah, you mean like that other time I dunked on you and your brother? Oh! And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hereford? Lamore clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Is there another small window at the scene?
There is?
Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamore heard the voice from another location? Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamore heard the voice from the bullet holes? I mean, I'm not sure did they go through the wall? If they didn't go through the wall, it doesn't make any. Because if she's over here, it couldn't have been the bullet holes, obviously. It'd have to be one of the vents. But if she was over here, it could have been the vents or the bullet holes. It wasn't a speaker because that's where the music was playing. The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window in our society. Oh, it's funny. It's either this or one of the bullet holes, but I don't think that really makes too much sense. Like, this makes sense because they've always been talking about this. Yeah, that makes sense. This is where Lamore heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's a space. I mean, that's an air vent. An air vents. There was an N in that A-N word. Anyways, what did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. She's also blind. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous into ludicrous. So Lamore was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. Because she was... That's when the magic trick happened. Ah. It's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamore be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin, isn't it, Lamore? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? Our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
Ugh. Problem here is words. Lamore, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it high up on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What? I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Part of this is Apollo's fault. There's no way any competent attorney gets to this point, and we're like, how did we not know that she was climbing through a goddamn vent? Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure, I can't...
Oh my... Fuck right off. This is absurd. I'll tell you what. If I had a chance to save my best friend, that magician code's getting fucked all up the ass. God, Lamore, don't be stupid. Lamore, don't be stupid. May I remind you that this is a murder trial? Your friend that you travel with everywhere and perform your act with? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room, please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. I can't believe this is an issue.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
You are not oh my god. Bound to secrecy?
My line of work one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So did this happen during the second set?
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, her judge? Her forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
I'm gonna shit all over the magician's code. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is alright. It's just a name after all. This Valence Grammary. Perhaps you know him?
Valence Grammary? What?
You mean Uncle Valent?
What? Valent Grammary? Who's Valent Grammary?
Grand Magician, the one who was responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamar was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? By showing the goddamn tape. The tape literally proves that she was not, that she had to go underground in order to get from point A to point B. It's a part of the... Ugh. Do it here? I refuse to believe that a fucking videotape of the performance is insufficient evidence. I fucking refuse to believe. Thank you. Just a matter of where did you freaking present? God, stupid. Fucking, ugh. Lamar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video. As we can see, Lamar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved to the back of the form.
Apollo!
What, Trucy?
It's not nice to reveal much.
Shut! I'm not even gonna reveal. I'm not even gonna dignify these stupid statements with reading them aloud. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be not. Sorry guys, that's it. According to this game, I'm just supposed to be a douchebag. So, from now on, I'm gonna treat all you like dog shit. You guys ready for that? Not just to clients, but now to viewers, to family, to friends? I'm not supposed to be nice. That could have been written better than that. But I guess this is supposed to be funny? Maybe if I was a lawyer, I would find it funny. But now I'm like, fucking overly sensitive. I am nice, yeah. You're not nice. Saying I'm not nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace the route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the form. Recall Lamar's testimony from yesterday. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamar knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea about the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
This is why he bound Lamar to secrecy. Well, Lamar?
I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you.
So what does this mean? Are you saying you used the route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before... There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds would probably be enough time. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well. Mr. Justice? Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. It's actually really funny. At this point, she's just like, you know what you gotta do. One thing, Your Honor. You need to explain how Lanoir was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Oh, you mean you're gonna dismiss the case? I'm fine with that. Hey, yeah, case is dismissed. Let's go. Drinks on me, guys. Woo! Ugh, why do I get picked on? Lanoir wasn't going along with the program here.
As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night.
This is actually infuriating. For those that weren't around and might have this question in mind, no, this would not be fucking... She could be held in contempt of court for not answering the question. Like, she'd be thrown in jail. And why would somebody who has a chance to save her best friend would rather be thrown in jail than revealing a magician's secret and making sure that her best friend doesn't get fucking found guilty of murder?
I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
What?
Fuck my shit up, fam.
Right. I feel like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo.
Followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes? It seems like she got there in like 10 seconds. What was gonna happen in 2 minutes? The thing was just gonna float and float and float. Keep floating. Keep floating. Got another 90 seconds to go here. That seems absurd. Okay. Okay. The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lanoir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. You know, I will give the judge credit on something here. It's about time that he kind of just embraced the fact that a lot of this is theatrics. Because with Phoenix, I don't feel like he ever did that. Now with Apollo, he's just like, take it away.
I figured it out already. I am a magician after all.
Well, tell me.
Not a chance.
Okay, so you want this 14-year-old client to die? Uh-huh. Yeah. It's so worth your little petty secrecy bullshit. Can we get her subpoenaed? Can we subpoena her as an expert witness, please, Your Honor? I would really like to do that. Because fuck this shit.
I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on.
This is... There seems to be a lot of reasons why people don't like this case. This is honestly the reason I dislike the case the most. Because this is nonsensical. None of this makes any goddamn sense. This is... Are we supposed to buy that keeping the secret of this trick is more important than Maki's life? That's utterly ridiculous. And I feel like the game's treating us like we're idiots. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. That's all you gotta fucking say? 2 minutes?
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, you've forgotten. Dark religion matters no difference to me.
Yeah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Lamar disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How?
You want my professional opinion? I'll bet the answer's right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Ugh! Evidence explaining the discrepancy? There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and testimony. Oh, we can watch the whole tape? But wait a second. If it would have taken her 2 minutes to get over there, what was the fucking point of doing it all together? The song ends before the 2 minutes are up. Oh, hey. That's a nice touch. I don't know if that actually means anything, but... Yeah, she doesn't have her brooch on. Later. So, if the issue is the time, doesn't it stand to reason that she couldn't have been in both places when you saw her there? Because that's an impossibility. Unless created another, like, illusion or hologram of her. It's one of those isn't her, but then why even bother have her going through the vents? You could just have her on the other side in the first place. I still don't... I think there's still supposed to be something I'm supposed to see. And I still don't see it. God, Clavier, I don't care. Go away. This also leads me to believe that she couldn't have disappeared when we think she did, because wouldn't we have seen her fall through the floor? Pretty transparent. And even if there is something, or what evidence points to that? Do I just use the video? Watching this tape over and over again, I don't think is gonna help me, like, see what I'm missing. I'm sure there's this little detail that I'm missing. The brooch can't be it, because in theory, even if it took her 20 seconds to move from point A to point B, she still could have lost the brooch through the vent. And I'm tired of hearing this song. I hate this song so much. There's something about flying through the sky. No, through the air fly. I mean, that's supposed to be the misdirection. She doesn't actually fly. It also wouldn't make sense, because then she would never have been able to hear what we said she hears. That's like the first thing I noticed, and I just never tried this. I had the solution spoken outwardly, and I just didn't act on it. Just didn't act on it. I don't know if that makes it look better or worse, though. Like, yeah, you did talk about it, you just didn't fucking say it. You didn't follow it up. For how long? God. Lamoir, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. Yes. So she is. Let's look a bit later. See, I just thought I was being really, like, unperceptive. Because I'm like, the only thing I noticed in this video is that she has the brooch earlier and then she doesn't. What? The brooch, it's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamoir we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamoir we see after are two different people. Okay, so I was right. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the scene of the crime. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamoir, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
Order for Prosecutor Gavin.
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, there, Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. Just never occurred to me.
that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right, there was a switch? There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lamoire was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was the replacement Lamoire? By the man behind the illusion, Valence Grammary. Wow, really? Bravo! It was Grammary? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamoire is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. You're just playing a recording.
The Gaveners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Yeah, I had a feeling that she was wrong there. Perhaps you can explain, Lamoire?
Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. He is a master of disguise. Holy shit.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
That seems... You were singing?
Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
Because there's a certain thing called acoustics that would noticeably change, I would think. But if you were singing while you were walking, plus the whole...
That's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right. You sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Well, the speaker was there. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Yeah, she's still crawling, like, she's sitting there like... that's really impressive. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamoire singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamoire singing over the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice. Couldn't you have also caught an echo, though? From her singing and then the speaker? Lamoire?
I have just remembered something.
Of course you have. Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I
So you...
stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse.
Oh, was that in the tape too? That I did not catch. If somebody caught that, that's really good observation. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, huh?
That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks.
Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. So I can suspend the disbelief that she can just keep singing. But the problem is I have to suspend disbelief about a lot of things here, including the super sensitive mic that's both overly sensitive and not sensitive at all, in that it picks up her voice, but then nothing else around her. So it's very focused. It's very focused only onto her voice. Because if it's very sensitive and say the gain is high, then you would pick up that echo in the background from the speaker where she's hearing herself, but you don't. But yeah, still, if anybody caught that, that's impressive because I was nowhere close to catching that. The song does stop there. It does, I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. I guess they did have the lyrics on screen too. That's just, I did not catch that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, how was there no echo at all? Like, no echo. That's, I agree, that's dumb. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoire's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter, which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. No. Okay. Stop right there. This might seem like a subtle difference where you might ask, who cares? What's the difference between the two? That statement right there should have been, it was not our client. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Case dismissed. But again, I understand these games have this issue where not only does the judge make you defend your client, but the game also turns you into a pseudo prosecutor, which does not happen in the US court system. It might in the Japan court system. That I'm not actually sure about. I've learned a lot more about that system since I started playing these games, but I don't know if it makes the defense do that consistently. Well, if it's not your client, then who is it? And if you can't tell me who it is, despite decisive evidence showing that it could not have been your client, then I'm gonna find your client guilty anyways. That seems asinine, right? But maybe. When you're Apollo there, you don't care. It's not that you don't care that Darien Crescent's the one that probably did it. What you care about is more definitively, it is not your client. After that, it's not your responsibility. Prosecution has to figure it out then. All you care about is getting your client off the hook. But yes, I get that part of this is like, hey, Japan, our system's kind of garbage from the Japanese point of view. What would I do if I found out the real culprit of the case? So you can accuse somebody, but you have to be able to present it based on evidence. You can't just say, well, I know who did it, it's this guy. Well, how do you prove that? Oh, I just know. Like, that wouldn't work. So I guess the answer to what would I do is I would try to find the evidence that proves that it was that person and not my client. Or at least enough to prove that it wasn't my client. Like what we just did here. We've been looking at it, proving that it was Darien Crescent for this entire day. Once we get to this point, we're done. This would be satisfactory for our client to be off the case. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? A forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it's entirely based upon Lamoire's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? No, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendants? But you have no proof! All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Yeah, and remember, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not the defense in the United States. That's a little different. If this were to be a trial in the US, without him saying, oh, she could be lying, that ain't good enough. That ain't good enough. You need more than that. Judge might be disposed to just say, let's get rid of this case now and dismiss it. Till we hear directly from the man himself. The man you don't mean. Yes, though is he a friend and a band member, Darien Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Well, then that sounds like this should be a different murder trial. His murder trial. As a suspect who has been charged. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Darien Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lanoir's performance?
Why she was in that air vent and that switch in the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Oh no, that's Phoenix. I know you had what it took.
Ah, Daddy.
Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? God, smug Phoenix is the best Phoenix. I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hey, why do I even bother hoping?
Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
I'm sorry about that. I had to go get some cigarettes and then realized that I left some money at home. Never mind, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Yeah, secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Hey, debatable. Debatable. Have you seen his hat? That hat is fantastic.
Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Oh, you stupid girl. Why would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Also now, you're legally Trucy's father. Bye! Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki Toei off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our Diva Divine is telling the truth.
What about all the proof? The brooch and the switch?
A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. Flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. God! What? Oh my God. He's just like a completely different person. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see, this bag of snacks. Here was meant for me. Here it is.
what are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snack material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa?
Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little devicey thing.
Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Those were the fake gunshot sounds. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. Oh my God. Phoenix. Dude. Man. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say, I hope that's me in 7 years, but he's my age now, right? Oh God, I'm older than him, and I'm not Cryptic Mentor yet. Oh, my life is a failure. Oh well. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally.
Oh, what does he want us to do? No conventional methods, what does that mean?
I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. That is a terrible approach.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3, but his guitar playing, it fires my imagination.
That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct?
Oh, I know. F-word.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Final witness? How does he know is the final witness? Kinda... Slow your roll, Judge. We've seen what can happen in these cases.
Name and occupation, please.
Oh, Darian Crescent, Detective. Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. Oh, and I'm a guitarist for the Gaveneers. Maybe you've heard of us.
Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Oh, yes, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave your word I wouldn't be standing here.
Situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Actually, the trial's already continuing. If you might begin the direct examination of the witness, then yes. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamoire's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be our national pastime in Borginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha!
Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. That is the plot twist of the century. He's just playing a role, and the whole time he's like, I know exactly how all this is going to play out. This is the final this is the next witness. Nope. Nothing should be gleaned from my comment there.
The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lamoire's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I did what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hands just because she's blind.
You go too far, Darian.
Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding out our weak spot. Can't do this with Lamoire's testimony alone.
I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place.
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device.
That's the remote triggered igniter.
Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have reports that it was something like a firecracker.
How did Gavin know about this?
What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case.
This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control.
You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when two witnesses came walking by?
That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know when someone was backstage right then?
The firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man?
How do I explain this?
You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it.
You may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set.
Something odd?
A headset, the kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right, we picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on?
You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage.
Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. There is, but from his perspective. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a prosecutor. Amazing. So yes, you can register a witness without their knowledge. The issue is that without a subpoena, they may not be compelled to testify. So in order for them to be subpoenaed, they'd have to know because they have to receive that notice. Otherwise, you just kind of have them on the list and they're not compelled to testify then. Which is why I now turn to you, Hereford. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime? It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi, but we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots were heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half?
Oh, look, I'll just tell him. Oh. Uh-huh. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin?
Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second act? Yeah, I think.
You'd better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through.
It can be proven.
You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness, your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast.
You ready, kid? 'Cause I am.
And to prove that it didn't happen when he said it. I forget where the pleasure part is. I'm not musically inclined. I like music, I just am not good at it. And there's clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamoire's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone preps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamoire's voice included. Ho ho! But what does this prove? According to Lamoire's testimony, the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? Might even hear those gunshots. Exactly.
Huh, ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on the stage?
Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets.
Oh.
We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamoire's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same.
Ah, okay. So it's in her song. It's in her song. So that's number one. Then let's get to analyzing that recording right now. Lamoire stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. What do I do? Just press pause? Like, what does it want me to? Oh, the number. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamoire's voice.
I did hear something faint. Why? It sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Look, my hair went all flaccid. That only happens when somebody makes a mistake.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second sets, which means Lamoire's testimony was true.
Good. Order. So she was telling the truth about what she heard?
Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Creston, you went on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamoire was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then she passed over the dressing room. Do they know how loud gunshots are? The gun was fired again, and Mr. Latous's life was taken. Especially from a .45 Magnum, she should have heard both. Well, Detective Crescent?
Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the Mixie Moore jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play, you're better than that.
Yeah, well, you what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latous's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur or 14 years old.
Wait, now we care about this again? So when it comes to Mr. fucking Presley over here playing his guitar and having a messed up shoulder, now we care about it. But when it was, hey, this 14-year-old probably can't do this without breaking his arm, we didn't care. We didn't care. When strong enough evidence. Logic. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver?
You're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescent?
I'm a trained police officer, you know? I've had firearms training, plenty of them. I'm no amateur.
The standard sidearm issued to police officers a .38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latous, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and victim.
So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent.
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney.
Me?
Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You've got a little noise on the tape that could be anything.
No. The gunshot just can't be anything.
And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man.
I was gonna say, I'm almost positive that the last thing we need to prove is motive. If he has no motive, then it becomes a lot tougher.
That was the Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latous had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Right, now I need to find a motive. Motive. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon. Never seen one that color. It's a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it? It does. Wait, I mean, I think it does. See, I don't like that. I don't like that presentation because he's just... His reasoning is, oh, well, he was looking into this thing with this very expensive whatever. Does that alone, like that's very flimsy evidence for trying to prove a motive for Darian. We don't even know if Darian knew anything about it. Like, I'm not a fan of that.
You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. The cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia.
Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A weapon, perhaps? A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. Caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. That is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent.
So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder.
Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable.
Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoon business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
The kids think of the craziest things, but no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He's up to something. I'm going to find out what. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would.
How clueless are you? Everyone on the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my keister goodbye.
I sell to a black market buyer. How about someone like this? That article that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease, a cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning.
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let Sleeves over there trick you. Sleeves. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice, where's your proof?
Well,
oh yeah, you're forgetting one other important thing.
do tell.
Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. You recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Borginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glamorous fop. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory here, forehead. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean? He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band. York! Order. The igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Here, forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the general sounds of Lanoir's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Wrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. The cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. The guitar burst into flames and was lost. Mr. Latouche died, with Lanoir to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? A made-up story? It makes a great deal of sense, yeah? The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. I don't have the cocoon in the first place, huh? Not so hard to imagine. You had help, Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lanoir heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then, but be warned.
With a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who is the smuggler's accomplice? Really? We can't point out our own client, can we? This is grossly unethical for us to call out our own client. So, from an ethical perspective, I think we gotta point him out. Oh, did I say that? Dude. This is... I guess they did say that. Not cool, man. Not cool. There's only one person that could have done this, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobae. But Mr. Justice, he's your client.
A defense attorney accusing his client. That's a new one.
I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Now, the other crime that's going to get him killed, well, shit. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lambois? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? He did admit it. That doesn't mean I would not have admitted that in open court. One thing you have to consider as an attorney is how this could have repercussions to other cases the client may be facing. Especially without talking to them first about it. That wasn't okay. Doesn't matter if he admitted to us. That's like, at least you have to at least talk to him about it first. Potentially a much lesser crime, I would still talk to them first about doing that before I do it. Truth is not greater than acquittal to the ethics of an attorney. We are charged with defending our client to the best of our ability, zealously. That would seem to elevate acquittal over truth. We may have an active duty to report if our client is intending to commit a crime or fraud, but not for something that happened in the past. It's kind of like the doctor privilege, right? I know psychiatrists aren't supposed to tell anybody if something happened in the past, but if there's going to be something in the future that is going to happen and there's a plan to have it happen, they must report it because it's about potentially saving an imminent threat from occurring. Well, it's true. Maki is only being charged with smuggling, but the penalty of smuggling those outside of his country is death. So you're not really helping him. Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lambois was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage in the diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lambois could still have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar Serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lambois stand-in they were on the tower. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lambois' position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that?
Your Honor.
Yes, Detective?
Did we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time?
Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Oh,
God. Too bad, so sad.
Punk?
First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
But exactly what we're supposed to see in this video. The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian?
Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all.
Care to explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? Is that right?
Yes.
Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano.
Piano? what seems to be the problem there. The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Ah. Yeah, how was he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? We got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free with the Diva.
Lamoir!
But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Ugh. Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch.
You're having fun.
Because I forgot that the switch was in the piano.
Time to change fate.
My short-term memory makes me a bad attorney. You
Time
couldn't
to
have pressed that
change fate.
switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Apollo, were you wrong?
I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. He hits a wrong key. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobae didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Sound holes. Ha ha ha. Uh-huh. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Maki Tobae the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice,
And our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
well, you better find a way to prove it.
Ugh. What do I do? What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd. Wait a second.
What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now?
The game's not kidding. Just now. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Maki Tobae pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Maki Tobae pressed that switch? I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us the evidence supporting this. Therefore, you're sure about this? I'll accept it. There's no evidence, man. Well, either way, my client's gonna fucking die at this point, so shrug! Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch? Basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music. What about music? Let's listen to the piano part, around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flames. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He couldn't play the piano with the other. Oh, what? So you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Ugh. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here? Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy.
Yeah? You got something?
Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he?
Oh, Daddy? You couldn't play a part like that even if you had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flames. He was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it. God damn it. I honestly didn't hear it, but I also don't claim to know a goddamn thing about music. So, prosecutor, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized yourself, Forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. Man, how many times have we got to listen to the same thing? It's a legitimate question. You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? Give the guitar burst from the frames at the end. Burst in the flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh that night in your embrace." Play verse 2 again. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh, that was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Marky changed how he played. There's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Oh, encore! Order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? Can't believe it, I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. God. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. Dude, this case should be over. This is the game doing what it did in Rise from the Ashes. Too long, too many unnecessary little back and forths. It's not over? I don't like when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Herr Forehead? Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. Facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Well, that's great, because even circumstantial evidence, if enough built up, can prove murder. Just has to be a lot. Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him. There probably isn't enough here. I'll agree with that. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. Except for the fucking fact that it's so goddamn obvious that it's not our client because of the gun. So this doesn't matter. This is when the whole pseudo prosecution thing is frustrating. This would never this is absolute garbage. We're done. We are done here. Regardless of what happens with Darian or whoever else, our client should be off scot-free now. And if he's not, it's just wrong. But 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. We don't use the same terms. We use direct and circumstantial evidence, not decisive. And I've seen circumstantial evidence, personally seen circumstantial evidence convict someone of attempted murder. So, I mean, it can happen. That's the rule under our current legal system. So then what's the point of anything else if you don't have decisive evidence? Literally none of the other stuff matters. That's what you're telling me. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, he would have already seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? Well, obviously, Maki fired the gun, killed Mr. Logic, and then Mr. Latouche. He dislocated his arm. Because of that, he couldn't play the piano, and he also smuggled stuff somehow. Yeah, exactly. It's just, this case is a mess. The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? It's the point of a legal system that protects criminals.
Apollo, remember what Daddy said? Wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he just meant a weak spot, no? Kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. We'll be able to press him further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal.
Well, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, come to this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter.
Huh?
Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, good guitars are kept dry as why. That provides the best sound.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Fighting time, Justice, if you blow this one. It'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
What, this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Yeah, forehead. You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Thank you. The game acknowledges that it did this for way too long. Like, come on. Even if you're the game, if you write this line, then you should probably look back and go, maybe we should just not have this line and instead make the trial shorter. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Defense is prepared to show the court evidence.
Be my guest.
Be all of our guests, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence supporting your accusation against Darian Crescent. I honestly don't know. I first thought that it was this. Because did we ever find out why he had this? Because it better not be another goddamn witness. I'm like picking evidence because I don't want it to be a witness. Although I don't know what witness is gonna help. Anyways, you don't have a ton of people involved. Is it literally the igniter? That is literally an igniter, no? I just want this case to end. Let me go to witnesses real quick. Just gonna... Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Oh, so what is?
It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else.
You mean a witness?
Proving his guilt is a tall order. I've got just the person to do it. Farewell, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? One person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tobae. Your client again? Maki Tobae was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It required just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. Cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. Burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. Residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar. Ah, very scientific of you. All science-y and all that. Thus, if Maki Tobae acknowledges agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
No, I just want to get this case over with. Let's move along. This case is... The writers have their heads way too far up their own asses here. Why not?
A little key tickler wouldn't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's this about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law.
Ah, yeah, see? Our pianist really was a smuggler, and testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? The other way around. Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here. He's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. We don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. I kind of just want to stop right now because of how asinine this is, but I just want this to be over. He can be extradited to his country. Not that it's necessarily guaranteed. Japan's probably not going to say no, or Japanifornia's probably not going to say no, especially since he's not even a citizen of this country. Yeah, no, we just deny laws of extradition just because. God, this is so fucking stupid. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Maki Tobae. Ugh. The cocoon smuggling your entire plan. Maki Tobae knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. Crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. I am the judge. Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession?
Uh-oh, he's laughing again.
It's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. You're correct, they don't. But even if they don't, what would it be in it for Japanifornia? Or whatever country this is supposed to be in. Japan America. What would be in it for them for keeping him here? I mean, it's true that not every country has an extradition agreement with another, but that doesn't mean they can't extradite him anyways. And the game just sort of doesn't address that at all, which is the biggest problem. Like, you could have thrown in one line and be like, oh, okay, that makes sense then. Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Even if it means fucking my client over, you are disbarred immediately. Apollo Justice. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew from beginning, I knew. Maki, situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Maki Tobae.
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges of the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Aww.
I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobae, not guilty. Court is adjourned. It could start a huge conflict, and that's one reason why they might extradite him even without a,
formal agreement in place.
I wonder what'll happen to Maki.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia, but not my fucking problem anymore.
I guess there won't be another trial here.
All's well that ends well.
Daddy!
I owe both my thanks.
Lamwar?
Is something wrong?
I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on the stage, your friend. Oh yeah, the friend that she was willing to let die because she wasn't gonna reveal something that would break the magician's code. Fuck out of here.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. He must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage?
I'm considering an eye operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again?
It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I fear that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting.
Painting?
That's right, she's the landscape painter in sound after all.
I'll paint the two of you, I promise.
Woohoo, I can't wait, Lamar.
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? It reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission.
Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon.
You bet, me too.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end, thanks to the trial. The guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gamez even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end. Ah!
I'm not saying that narratively it's a mess. The case is narratively a mess, but narratively the story could still be consistent with the universe's own laws. This is just simply from this is infuriating because it seems so, like, it goes against everything in my being. It is just so counterintuitive to me. Not necessarily to the story, because we've done this over and over and over again, right? But to me, makes me just want to,